Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story. You think the forest is empty when the sun goes down. That's the lie we all grow up with. We picture the trees going dark, like someone turning off a light. The hikers go home, the campground quiets down, the last car pulls away from the trailhead. And then what? Nothing. Just wind, maybe an owl, maybe a raccoon knocking over a trash can. Tonight, I want you to challenge that. Because in a few minutes, you're going to hear from 3 people who went into the woods for ordinary reasons. A camping weekend with a parent, a winter sleepover on a pine farm, a peaceful walk to a hidden lake. None of them went looking for trouble. None of them stepped into some abandoned asylum or broke into a creepy house. They did what you and I might do. They trusted the forest to be just trees and animals and empty space. What they got instead were sounds they cannot unhear. As you listen to this, I want you to notice what's happening around you right now. That faint hum wherever you are. The AC, the fridge compressor, the traffic outside. Maybe the neighbor's TV through the wall. All the little noises your brain has already labeled as safe. Because every story in this video starts the same way, with someone ignoring a sound they didn't recognize. The first person you'll meet is a woman who grew up camping with her dad. He's a former wilderness guide. The kind of guy who can start a fire in the rain, who knows every bird call, who tells you exactly which tracks belong to what. When she's with him, the forest feels almost domesticated, logical, under control. They show up to their favorite campground without a reservation, and of course, every good site is taken. Every loop is full of campfires and laughing families and the glow of lanterns. Except one. The ranger gives them the very last campsite. It's way out on the edge down a narrow little road where the real lights disappear. No bathhouse in sight. No other tents. Just a ring of trees and a picnic table that looks like it hasn't seen a human in days. They take it anyway. The first night passes quietly. Crickets, distant car doors, the soft click of the cooler shutting. Nothing strange. It almost feels too peaceful. The second night, the air is heavy and warm. Too warm to zip the tent up all the way. So this woman does what a lot of us have done. At some point, she unzips just enough to stick her bare feet out into the cool air. She falls asleep like that, half inside, half outside toes in the dark. At around 3 in the morning, she wakes up to footsteps. Someone is walking out there. Not animal scurrying, not a random twig. Footsteps, slow, steady, coming through the trees toward her campsite. She tells herself it's just her dad coming back from the bathroom. That's the last comforting explanation she allows herself to have. Because the bathhouse isn't in that direction, and whoever is out there doesn't walk to his tent. They walk to hers. They stop just outside the thin nylon wall by her shoulder. They lean over. She can't see them, but she can hear them breathing. Calm, measured. Close enough that if the tent wasn't there, they'd be exhaling into her hair. And then while her legs are still stretched outside into the open night, they begin to move. I want you to remember what your own feet feel like right now. Covered bare, hanging off the bed, resting on the floor. Because for her, it only takes a few seconds to realize the worst mistake she's made on that entire trip wasn't forgetting to reserve a site. It was assuming the dark around her tent was empty. Before we start her story, adjust yourself. Pull your feet in. or don't. Just understand, these aren't campfire legends. These are 3 true accounts from people who went into the forest and came back different because something was already there watching. Standing at a tent, pressed under a 50-foot window, walking into a clearing with a bell tied around its waist. And every single one of them starts with a simple sound that should not have been there. If you're ready, let's begin with the girl in the tent whose foot got pinched, just to see if she was awake. If you're hearing this, it's probably because you clicked on a video looking for something scary to listen to while you do something else, wash dishes, scroll your phone, try to sleep. Before I start, I want to be clear about something. I was the kind of person who used to love camping. I grew up with the smell of campfire in my hair and pine needles stuck in my socks. My dad was a wilderness guide for years, the real deal map and compass not. I watched a survival show once. I trusted him more in the middle of nowhere than I trusted myself in my own apartment. And for most of my life, the forest felt like a safe place to me. This story is why that changed. It's why even now, in my late 20s, I can't fall asleep if my feet are sticking out from under the blanket. I don't care how hot it is. My feet stay covered every single night. The last time they didn't was in the summer of 2013. That morning started like any other road trip morning. I remember the way the air already felt warm when I stepped out onto our little concrete driveway in the suburbs east of Sacramento. The sky was that pale, washed-out blue you only see in California in July when it hasn't rained in weeks. Dad was already out by the car, a silver 4Runner with just enough dents to prove it had stories of its own. He had the back open rearranging gear with the kind of quiet efficiency that told me he'd been out there for a while. "Morning," he said without looking up. "You ready to freeze your butt off at night and burn it off in the day? Is that the official forecast?" I yawned, tossing my duffel into the back next to the cooler. He grinned. "Better than the weather app." Inside the cooler, I could hear the clink of ice as he shifted things. Packets of pre-made camp food, a carton of eggs, and a plastic guard, little bottles of insulin tucked into one corner like fragile treasure. That was always part of our packing ritual: firewood sleeping bags and Dad's diabetes supplies. Roughing it, but with a very real reminder that we couldn't be entirely careless. We pulled out of our sleepy cul-de-sac and merged onto the freeway, the road still relatively empty. The green overhead signs for I-80 East slid by Reno Truckee Lake Tahoe, the kind of places that sound like summer. Our first stop was a gas station off the interstate, one of those generic places that could have been anywhere in America. Bright red canopy rows of pumps, a convenience store with too many energy drinks in the window. The pump clicked, starting to count up dollars and gallons. I wandered inside to grab coffee and ice. The glass doors hissed as I stepped into that familiar gas station combo of overly strong air conditioning, burnt coffee, and sugary snacks. I grabbed 2 paper cups and filled them with coffee that looked darker than it tasted. The girl behind the counter barely glanced up as I hauled a bag of ice over my shoulder, the plastic cutting into my fingers. Back outside, the highway hummed just beyond the edge of the lot. Trucks roared past in bursts, the sound ricocheting off the concrete barriers. Dad took his coffee with 3 creamers and exactly 2 sugar packets. He set the cup on the roof while he unhooked the cooler and stuffed the bag of ice inside. The cubes rattled and cracked, sending up a puff of cold air that briefly cut through the heat. "You sure you don't want to check online and book something?" I asked, leaning against the car watching a semi-truck thunder by. "Just in case." He gave me that look he always did when he thought I was overcomplicating things. "We've been going to this campground since you were 8. It's a Tuesday. We'll be fine." He wasn't being reckless. In all the years I'd known him, I'd never seen him get caught truly unprepared in the outdoors. If he said we'd find a site, I believed him. I wish just this once he'd been wrong in a different way. As we left the gas station and headed east, the world started to change. The low buildings and strip malls thinned out, replaced by fields, then by gently rolling hills. The billboards along the freeway shifted too, from ads for mattress stores and local lawyers to ski resorts, rafting companies, and cabins for rent. Escape to the mountains, they promised in big white letters over pictures of blue lakes and green trees. The further we drove, the more the air through the cracked windows cooled and sharpened. The smell of hot asphalt and exhaust slowly gave way to dry grass, warm dust, and eventually the first faint hint of pine. I pressed my forehead against the window, watching as the flat land gave way to more dramatic rises. The lanes narrowed, the guardrails appearing along the outer edge like thin metal apologies for the drop beyond. Dad's hands were relaxed on the steering wheel, but I could feel his attention sharpen automatically the way it always did in the mountains. He knew this road by heart. Every curve, every scenic overlook, every turnout, where people stopped to take pictures. "Remember when you got carsick on that curve," he said at one point, nodding ahead to a particularly sharp bend. I was 10, I groaned. "And you'd let me eat an entire bag of gummy worms for breakfast," part of the training, he said. "You survived." We climbed higher. The sun shifted, finding its way through gaps in the canopy as we took the exit toward the state campground in the Sierra Nevada that had become almost a second home to us. The entrance was familiar, a wooden sign with the park name routed into it, paint slightly faded, a side road leading into the trees, and then after a short drive, the main parking lot. Only this time it looked different. It was full. We rolled to a stop and just sat there for a second, both of us taking it in. Every marked parking space was occupied minivans with bike racks, SUVs with roof boxes, a couple of massive RVs that looked like they'd never leave pavement if they could help it. Kids darted between cars in brightly colored t-shirts and flip-flops, an inflatable beach ball bouncing away before someone snagged it. Somewhere a portable speaker was playing low country music, the steel guitar bending lazily over the sound of doors slamming and engine noise. I could smell sunscreen charcoal and the unmistakable scent of a nearby grill. It felt less like stepping into the wilderness and more like pulling into a crowded neighborhood cul-de-sac. "Wow," I said. "Guess we're not the only ones with this idea." Dad let out a small breath, the kind that's half laugh, half sigh. "It's fine," he said, more to himself than to me. "There's always something." We found a spot along the edge of the lot, more like a widened shoulder than an actual space, and squeezed the Forerunner in. Trees loomed just beyond the asphalt, their trunks striped with old resin stains, bark flaking in the heat. We grabbed our day packs and walked toward the ranger station, following a short paved path bordered by low wooden posts and a chain. The building was small and square with a front porch and a shaded overhang. A couple of people were already inside when we pushed open the door, a bell jangling once overhead. The air inside felt cooler but also heavier. It smelled like old paper, damp wood, and coffee that had been left on a hot plate too long. A ceiling fan turned lazily above the blades, ticking slightly on every rotation. To our right was a big cork board covered in pin-up notices and laminated posters. Bear awareness, fire danger today, high a map of the campground with little numbered loops. Someone had tacked up a photo of a black bear raiding a dumpster, the eyes glowing brightly from the camera flash. An older couple in matching fleece vests moved aside as we approached the counter. Behind it sat a woman in a green park shirt, her hair pulled back into a ponytail, glasses perched halfway down her nose. She was typing something into a computer that looked like it had survived at least 2 different administrations. Dad gave her his best, I'm not a problem, just a guy who knows what he's doing out here. Smile. Hey there, he said. Any chance you've got a site available for 2 nights? Just the 2 of us. She looked up, eyes flicking between him and me, then dropped back to her screen. Her fingers clacked on the keyboard, the old monitor taking a beat longer than it should have to respond. I glanced at the map on the counter. Several loops were almost completely covered in little red stickers labeled full. Holiday, I asked quietly. Middle of summer, she murmured back without looking up. Every day's a holiday up here. There was a moment where I could almost feel the answer coming. The slight downturn of her mouth. The way she inhaled through her nose before she spoke. Well, she said finally, you're in luck. We have 1 site left. I felt my shoulders drop in relief until she added, but it's all the way out at the far loop. Her tone changed on that last part just slightly. Not enough that you could call it a warning, but enough that something in me noticed. She turned the monitor a little so Dad could see the map. Everything close in is booked, she said, tapping the central loops with a short fingernail. This one tap is available. It's a bit removed. Last sight on that road. You'll have some privacy. That word privacy hung in the air between us. Dad didn't hesitate. We'll take it, he said. She printed the pass, slid it across for him to sign, and then glanced up at me. There was something like apology in her eyes, or maybe I only see it that way now. Just so you know, she added, addressing me more than him. It's a little walk to the bathhouse from there. You'll want a flashlight at night. And, if you see anything weird, bears, people messing around, whatever, come let us know. Her mouth twitched, like she wasn't sure if she should say the last part. Okay, I said, trying to sound unfazed. It's easy to be brave in fluorescent lighting with laminated bear posters smiling down at you. If I'd understood how far loop really felt when the sun went down, I might have reacted differently. We drove out of the main lot following the paved road as it wound past the familiar inner loops. On the right, I saw sites we had stayed in before, big flat pads with bright-colored tents, camp chairs circled around crackling fires, strings of fairy lights hanging from tree to tree. Kids chased each other around the picnic tables. A dog barked at a squirrel and was immediately shushed. Someone was flipping burgers, the smell drifting thick and greasy through the open window. It looked like every camping brochure you've ever seen. Cozy, social, safe. We passed one full loop, then another. The paved road narrowed as we went, the trees closing in. The sound of voices faded, replaced by the deeper hush of the forest. I watched bars on my phone signal drop 321 until the screen just said, no service. Dad slowed as we reached a small sign, Loop D, sites 4760. An arrow pointed down a narrow side road that cut off to the left, barely more than a lane wide, flanked by pine trunks that seemed closer to the car than they should have been. He turned in. The headlights swept across the forest floor, picking out exposed roots, patches of brown grass, a flash of something metallic, maybe a forgotten soda can, before everything disappeared back into shadow. The sun was still up, but under the canopy it already felt later in the day. We passed a couple of empty turnouts that had wooden posts marking where sites should be. The numbers were faded, the dirt pads a little more overgrown. It struck me that not only was this loop far, it was also unpopular. The kind of places people only took when there was nothing else. Guess everybody wanted to be near the bathrooms, Dad said lightly. Or other people, I muttered, not quite under my breath. The road curved one last time, the trees parting just enough to reveal a small clearing on the right. 59, Dad read off the post. That's us. He pulled in and killed the engine. The sudden quiet was jarring. No more tires on gravel, no more radio hum. Just the tick-tick-tick of the cooling engine, the distant rush of wind through 1,000 pine needles, and somewhere far away, the faint murmur of other human voices. I opened my door and stepped out. The campsite was simple, a bare patch of packed dirt and pine needles, a single weathered picnic table with splinters peeling up along the edges, a rusty fire ring half full of old ash and charred wood, and a metal bear box with its paint flaking off. The trees crowded close around 3 sides, forming a wall of vertical shadows. There were no other tents in sight, no cars, no lanterns glowing through nylon. The loop road ended just beyond our spot, dead-ending in a little turnaround choked with weeds. It was just us and the forest. At the time, I told myself that was a good thing. Now, when I think back to that first moment standing there looking at that tired picnic table and the empty road beyond it, I remember an odd little feeling in my stomach. Not fear exactly. More like my body was tapping me on the shoulder quietly, trying to get my attention. I should have listened. Up close, the campsite looked even smaller. The gravel pad where we'd parked took up almost half of the space. Our Forerunner sat there like a big metal animal, the hood still ticking as the engine cooled. Just beyond the bumper, the ground shifted from gray rock to a patchy mix of hard-packed dirt and old pine needles worn smooth where other tents had been pitched years before. Directly in front of the car was the fire ring, a blackened metal circle sunk into the ground, packed with white ash and half-burned logs. Someone had left a twisted beer can in there, warped from heat. A few cigarette butts sat around the edge, mashed into the dirt. To the right stood the picnic table. It had been painted brown at some point, but the paint was mostly gone, peeled away in long, curling strips. The wood underneath was gray and splintered, the grain raised from years of weather. The metal legs were speckled with rust-orange freckles creeping up from the ground. Behind the table, closer to the trees, was the bear box, a dented olive-green metal locker with a heavy latch you had to pull and twist just right to open. A faded stencil on the front read, "Keep all food inside. Bears are active in this area." Someone had scratched initials into the paint J+M, a date from 5 years earlier. Around all of it, the forest pressed in. Tall pines ringed the site, their trunks thick and straight, their lower branches high enough that you could see a little ways between them. The ground beyond our clearing dropped off slightly enough that you couldn't see the loop road anymore once you stepped a few feet in. It felt like the trees weren't just surrounding the campsite, they were holding it, cupping it in a dark green palm. If I squinted past the fire ring and to the left, I could just make out a faint thread of trail leading away into the trees. A narrow strip of packed dirt curving out of sight. "That's your path to the bathhouse," Dad said, following my eyes. "Maybe a 5-minute walk? 10 if you're half asleep." "Great," I murmured. "Midnight pee hike, my favorite." He chuckled and clapped his hands together, the sound sharp in the stillness. "All right, let's get set up before the light goes." We popped the back hatch and started unloading. Sleeping bags, plastic tubs, camp stove. The blue cooler, heavy with ice, each thing had its place. Part of an unspoken routine we'd built over a dozen trips. The silence out here felt different than it had in the parking lot. Their sound bounced around voices, car doors, music. Here it felt like the trees were swallowing everything. When Dad shut the hatch, the slam echoed once, then disappeared into the needles and bark. Every now and then, when the breeze shifted, I caught the faintest hint of the civilized world, the distant industrial hum of the bathhouse fan, a low mechanical drone riding the wind. If it wasn't there, you'd think there was nothing human for miles. And sometimes underneath that, the whisper of a car on the main loop, just a soft whoosh of tires on pavement, then gone. like someone exhaling in another room and then holding their breath. We pulled out our backpacking tents last. They were both the same model, small, lightweight, faded green nylon with black mesh tops and thin aluminum poles. Little logos near the doors bragged about being ultra-compact, ultralight, which was marketing speak for you will crawl into this like a worm. I found a relatively flat patch of dirt near the edge of the gravel between the fire ring and the trees. Dad picked a spot on the other side of the picnic table. 6 feet apart, he said, for bear safety and snoring safety. He tossed me a bundle of poles, and I started threading them through the tent sleeves. The cold metal slid against the nylon with a soft shk sound. When the frame popped into shape, the tent looked almost pathetically small, like a toy house someone had dropped into the woods by mistake. When I zipped the door open and crouched down to crawl inside the opening, looked like the mouth of a bright green envelope. Man, I said half to myself, half to him, these things really are like nylon coffins. Dad straightened up from pounding in a steak and looked over at me, eyebrows raised. At least coffins don't leak in the rain, he said, or attract mosquitoes. I snorted. Comforting. But the joke stuck in my head in a way I didn't like. I stared at the little tent for a second. The low, rounded shape, the narrow footprint, the way when zipped, it would seal me in from head to almost toe. You could either curl up completely inside and stay warm, or unzip the bottom and let your legs stick out. A choice between comfort and exposure. At the time, it just seemed like a backpacker problem. Later, it would feel like a decision that had been waiting for me all along. We worked in easy silence, the way people do when they've been doing the same task together for years. Dad set up the stove on the end of the picnic table, checked the propane canister, laid out pots and utensils. I unrolled sleeping pads inside my tent, shook out my sleeping bag, fluffed the camp pillow I'd brought from home. Somewhere to our right, maybe in a different loop, a kid laughed, the sound floating faint and distorted through the trees. Another kid shouted something back. Their voices rose and fell, then faded, swallowed by distance. Dad finished with the tents and moved to the cooler. He popped the lid, cold vapor puffing up in the warm air. Ice cubes clinked against plastic as he rummaged, counting silently. He pulled out his small black zip case, opened it, and checked the insulin pen's inside fingers, moving with practiced care. The tiny vials glinted in the light, delicate and necessary, in a way that made my chest ache a little. Plenty for the trip, I asked. More than enough. He smiled without looking up, then tucked the case back in the corner of the cooler where the ice was piled highest. After a second, he took out a length of cord and looped it over the cooler lid, tying it down in a double knot. Bear-proofing, I teased. Idiot-proofing, he said. We're the ones who forget to close things. He moved on to portioning out food, separating tomorrow's breakfast from tonight's dinner, putting what we didn't need into the bear box with a heavy metallic clang. Every time that door shut, it sounded like it should echo, but the trees absorbed it, turning it into a dull thud. Go find the water spigot, he called over his shoulder. Fill the jug, see if civilization still exists. On it. I followed the little dirt path that led out of our sight toward the bathhouse. The same one the ranger had pointed to on the map. It threaded through the trees, winding between roots and rocks, occasionally crossing another unseen line where the ground suddenly felt more worn, more used. The light back here was softer, filtered through needles and high branches. Dust motes floated in the slanting rays, turning the air gold in some spots and almost green in others. The further I walked, the louder the bathhouse fan became, a steady mechanical whir that cut through the natural sounds like a muted airplane engine. Underneath it, I could hear the random clank of pipes, a door thudding shut, distant voices echoing off tiles. When I emerged into the clearing where the bathhouse sat, it felt like stepping briefly out of the forest and onto a little island of humanity. There were more people here, a line of kids in swimsuits, towels wrapped around their shoulders. A woman in flip-flops carrying a mesh bag of shampoo and body wash. A man filling a big blue water container at the communal faucet. The concrete was wet in patches reflecting the sky. The faucet handle squeaked when I turned it. Cold, metallic-tasting water gushed out into our plastic jug, splashing my hand. The air smelled like chlorine soap and the faint sourness of wet concrete layered over the earthy pine. Cars moved somewhere out on the main loop road, tires crunching gravel engines, revving doors, opening and closing, a snatch of laughter, the quiet thump of a trunk being slammed. It all felt normal, comfortingly boring. Jug full. I retraced my steps, the sounds of civilization fading behind me as the forest closed back in. By the time I could see our car through the trees, the fan was a distant hum again, barely there. I paused for a second, at the edge of our sight, looking back over my shoulder. The wooden post with our site number stood a few feet off the road, half hidden by tall grass. The numbers were white once, probably, but years of sun and weather had turned them a sickly yellow. One of the screw heads was rusted, and the sign leaned slightly to the left, as if it were tired of standing. The number itself was high almost at the end of the sequence printed on the campground map. The last stop on the last loop, a place people only saw when everything else was full. There were almost no fresh footprints in the dust around the post. Someone had dragged their hand along it. Recently, the wood was a lighter streak, where skin had brushed off dirt. But that was it. No scuffed-up area, no lost flip-flops, no cluster of cigarette butts. Just us. I remember thinking, no wonder this one is always available. Then I stepped back into the circle of our gears and our tents and our borrowed patch of earth and tried to shake off the weird little chill that thought gave me. Dinner was simple. Dad boiled water on the camp stove, the blue flame making the thin metal pot rattle softly. The air filled with the smell of cheap tomato sauce and dried herbs as he dumped a bag of camping pasta into the bubbling water. A bottle of ketchup sat on the table for no reason other than habit. There was something reassuring about seeing it there, bright red label in this sea of brown and green. We ate off metal plates at the picnic table, the surface rough beneath our elbows. The sun slid lower, turning the tops of the trees gold, then orange, then slowly draining all the color out of the forest until everything was blue and gray. In the distance, kids were still laughing, but softer now. Somewhere a dog barked once, then twice, then fell silent. A car drove by on the main loop road, its headlights flashing through the trees in a brief, ghostly streak, then gone. The fire Dad built was small, but efficient. The kind of fire a former guide makes no wasted wood. The flames crackled, sending up occasional sparks that winked out against the darkening sky. The smell of smoke wrapped itself around everything, threading into my hair, my clothes, the fabric of the tent. Above us, as the last light drained away, the stars came out in layers. First, the bright ones, like someone had punched tiny holes in the sky. Then the softer ones filling in the black with a faint, milky haze. We talked about nothing important. Work. A show he'd finally watched weeks after everyone else. Whether we'd do the longer trail the next day or stick to the lake loop. I laughed more than I remember the jokes earning because I liked the sound of it out there next to the fire with nobody around to hear us but the trees. After a while, even the faint sounds from the other loops started to fade. A screen door clapped shut somewhere. A kid whined about brushing their teeth. Then silence. Not absolute silence. The forest never goes completely quiet, but the kind where every little sound stands out. The pop and hiss of sap in the fire. The soft click from the portable fridge plugged into the back of the Forerunner as its compressor cycled on and off. A single pine cone dropping somewhere behind us with a dull thud like a footstep too gentle to be real. I remember looking into the darkness between the trunks, feeling a strange mix of emotions. Part of me loved it. The vastness, the isolation, the feeling that this tiny circle of firelight was the only place in the world that mattered. Part of me felt exposed. The inner loops, the ones closer to the bathrooms, would still have a glow right now. Lanterns, RV porch lights, multiple fires painting the trees orange. Laughter and music and the low murmur of a dozen conversations. Here, if we hadn't lit our little fire, it would have been almost pitch black. Just the stars and the shadowy columns of the trees. "It's really quiet out here," I said, finally, more to the darkness than to Dad. He poked the fire, sending up a brief flare of sparks. "Best part," he said. "You get used to the noise of people. You forget how many sounds the world makes on its own." He meant it as a comfort. I tried to take it that way. I nodded even. But somewhere under my ribs, something small shifted uneasily like a sleeper turning over in their bed. It was our first night in that campsite. The first night in the far loop. The first night with our little tents pitched alone at the end of the road. Nothing bad happened. We banked the fire. We brushed our teeth by headlamp, the beams carving out small, bright circles in the dark. We said goodnight and crawled into our tents, the zippers of the doors making long, slow zip sounds that seemed to slice through the quiet. The air was still warm enough that I lay on top of my sleeping bag for a while, listening to the soft whoosh of my own breathing mesh with the background noises of the forest. A distant owl called once, twice. The fridge in the car clicked off, leaving a brief, heavier silence before some new, smaller sounds took its place. I drifted off like that, under the impression that this was just another peaceful night in the woods. In a way it was. It was also the last normal night I ever had in a tent. The second day started like every good hiking day does, with sore calves, stiff backs, and the stubborn belief that the best cure for both is to walk even farther. We were up with the light, the inside of my tent glowing pale green as the sun filtered through the nylon. My hair smelled like smoke and pine needles. My throat felt dry from breathing campfire air all night. For a few seconds before I remembered where I was, I lay there listening to the small sounds of morning, the faint tick of cooling metal from the car, a bird calling somewhere overhead, the whisper of the breeze in the branches. Then Dad's zipper shrieked open, and his voice cut across the campsite. "Rise and shine, kiddo." We ate a quick breakfast at the picnic table, instant oatmeal burnt around the edges of the pot, because we'd let it sit too long on the little blue flame. Coffee from a French press that never quite let the ground settle. The sun climbed higher, burning off the last of the fog between the trees. By the time we'd rinsed the dishes and stowed them in the bear box, the day was already hot enough that my t-shirt stuck to my back. The trailhead we picked was a short drive away off a side road that climbed another couple thousand feet into the mountains. A wooden sign marked the start White Ridge Loop, 8.3 miles. Someone had carved a heart and initials into one of the posts. A laminated notice about recent bear activity flapped in the breeze, its corners curled and soft. "Ready?" Dad asked, adjusting the straps on his day pack. "Depends," I said. "Is there a Starbucks halfway?" "Yeah," he said. "Right next to the Mountain Lion Starbucks." We set off. The dirt under our boots started out compact and dry, then turned dusty as the sun beat down. Each step kicked up a small puff that settled on our shoes and socks, painting everything in a fine tan film. Sweat trickled down my spine, dampening the waistband of my shorts. The smell of sunscreen-sharp chemical coconut mixed with the more honest scents of sap and earth. As we climbed, Dad slipped back into guide mode. "See that," he said, pointing to a cluster of tracks in a patch of softer soil. "Deer. 2 or 3 maybe, headed down to water." The hoofprints were sharp-edged twin crescents pressed neatly into the ground. Beside them, smaller, shallower marks made a parallel path. "Those ones I asked. Fawn," he said, "or something light." Whatever it was, it stuck close. Further up, he stopped to show me a broken branch at shoulder height. The wood fibers at the tear were still pale and fresh. "Something big came through here last night," he said. "Could be a buck. Could be a bear leaning in for berries." He said it matter-of-factly, the way other dads talk about traffic patterns. The forest, for him, was a book that had already been written and published. He just knew how to read it. I felt safe walking behind someone who could look at a bent twig and casually tell you who'd passed by and when. We spent the day like that, climbing switchbacks, stopping to drink water and catch our breath, squinting at distant peaks through the haze. At the halfway point, we ate squashed peanut butter sandwiches on a flat rock and watched a hawk circle lazy spirals above a valley. By mid-afternoon, the sun was a hot fist pressing down on us. My socks were gritty, my shoulders burned in a way I knew I'd feel tomorrow. When we finally tramped back into the trailhead lot, the dust on my boots had turned into a second skin. "Home, sweet nylon coffin," Dad said, twisting the key in the ignition. The drive back to camp felt different in the late light. On the main road, everything was bright and sharp. The sky, that impossible high-altitude blue, the granite faces shining white, the lodgepole pines endless and orderly. The campground entrance looked almost cheerful, the wooden sign lit up gold by the lowering sun. But as soon as we left the main loops behind and turned down the side road toward our far sight, the mood shifted. The trees closed in. The road narrowed. The sun, now angled low, couldn't punch through the canopy as easily. The light that did get through was broken and patchy, striping the gravel in alternating bands of gold and shadow. Dad flicked on the headlights before we really needed them. The beams cut through the trunks, catching on shrubs and low branches, making them jump out in sudden bright flashes before sliding back into black. We passed the last of the civilized sights ones, where I could still see splashes of color from tents. The glow of a lantern hung from a tree, a kid's bike leaned against a log. Then nothing. Just the pale gray ribbon of the road and rows of dark trees marching away on either side. By the time we rolled into our sight, the sky above was still light, but down here at the end of the loop, it already felt like evening. I stepped out of the car and listened. No voices, no music, no doors slamming. The bathhouse fan was a faint whisper when the wind came from the right direction. When it shifted, even that disappeared, and the silence rushed back in. Standing there between the Forerunner and the picnic table, I had a brief, sharp thought. If I screamed right now, would anyone hear me? Not Dad, obviously. Someone else. Anyone. I looked back down the road past our crooked sight marker into the curve where the loop ended. The gravel was smooth, undisturbed, except for our own tire tracks. No other cars were parked along the shoulder. No bikes, no coolers sitting out. No smoke from other fires curling up through the branches. It was just us tucked into a little pocket of trees that might as well have been a mile away from the nearest human, even if on the map it didn't look that far. The thought slid away as quickly as it came. There were chores to do. We moved through the motions of evening with the efficient tiredness that comes after a long hike. Dad lit the stove again, the striker clicking several times before the gas caught and whooshed into flame. We threw together a fast, unremarkable dinner: boiled noodles, canned sauce, a handful of shredded cheese that had clumped together in the cooler. It tasted better than it deserved to in the cooling air, eaten with sporks at the splintered table. Afterward, we cleaned up by headlamp. The beam from my lamp made the soap bubbles in the pot glow briefly before they slid off onto the dirt. We put everything that might smell like food into the bear box and cooler. Every time the cooler lid shut, the ice clinked, sliding around, and the plastic top thumped down. Dad looped the cord over it and cinched it tight, the rope fibers squeaking against the handle. When he let go, the knot held with a quiet, final little creak. The bear box door closed with its usual heavy clang. Here at the edge of the loop, that sound felt louder, more intrusive. It rang out across the site and bounced between the trees before dissolving. Dad dug his glucose meter out of his pack, pricked his finger, and checked his blood sugar. The tiny beep from the device sounded weirdly modern in the dim yellow halo of the headlamp. He dialed up a dose on his insulin pen and slipped it into his abdomen through his shirt with a practiced, almost absent-minded motion. "You good?" I asked. "Yeah," he said, glancing at the number once more. "Trail days are easy on the numbers." We talked lazily about next time, how we'd book earlier, how we'd aim for one of the inner sites near the main loops closer to the bathhouse and the camp host with their porch light always on. "It's nice out here," Dad said, nodding at the dark around us, "but yeah, next time we'll stay where the action is. Easier in the middle of the night." "Yeah," I said. "Somewhere you don't need a map to take a shower." We laughed, but even as we did, I couldn't stop thinking about what it would mean to be the only dot of light at the end of a dead-end road. The forest was beautiful. It was also big enough to hide anything. By the time we were done, the warmth of the day had sunk into the dirt and rocks radiating back up in slow waves. The air felt thick and unmoving, like the inside of a parked car, with the windows cracked, but no breeze. I stood between our two little tents and tilted my head back. The sky overhead was clear, filled with stars sharp enough to almost hurt to look at. But under the trees, the air barely stirred. There was no cooling wind sliding down from the higher elevations, no nighttime chill creeping in along the ground. Just warm, still air pressing against the nylon walls of the tents. "Going to be a hot one," Dad said, rubbing the back of his neck. "You okay in there? I'll live," I said, though. My skin already felt sticky just thinking about curling up inside the sleeping bag. Inside my tent, the air was even heavier. The day's heat had soaked into the ground, and my little nylon cave had trapped it. When I zipped the door closed, the smell of fabric dust and my own sweat wrapped around me. I tried to lie completely inside my sleeping bag, at first like I usually did, but my legs felt suffocated. The backs of my knees stuck to the synthetic lining. My hair clung to the sides of my face. Every breath I took just seemed to recycle the same warm, slightly used air. I flipped the bag halfway open and shifted around, trying to find a sweet spot between sauna and I'll freeze at 3 a.m. It didn't exist. Finally, I did what a lot of people do without thinking twice, what I'll never do again. I reached down to the foot of the tent and slid the zipper up a few inches. The sound was comically loud in the quiet zzz-zip. I stopped halfway through and listened just in case. Nothing. No shh from Dad's tent. No twig snapping dramatically outside. Just a mosquito whining against the mesh above my head. I eased the zipper a little higher until there was an opening at the bottom, maybe a foot wide. Cool, not cold, but noticeably cooler air slipped in and brushed against my ankles. I wiggled down in my bag, letting my bare feet find the opening. The night air kissed my skin, drying the thin sheen of sweat, making the tiny hairs on my shins rise. It felt good. Too good. I stretched my legs out until my heels and then my toes extended outside the tent, resting on the cool nylon of the ground sheet and the dirt beneath. my calves were still inside. My feet were not. The contrast was instant. Inside, the bag rubbed warmly against my thighs, the fabric making small rustling sounds every time I shifted. Outside, the night pressed into my soles, grainy with a few bits of dust and sand, but gentle. A stray cool breeze wandered across my toes, and I shivered in a way that had nothing to do with fear. I lay there half in, half out, the edge of the sleeping bag scratched lightly against the tops of my ankles. My toes flexed unconsciously, as if they were testing the space, dipping themselves into the dark beyond my control. From outside, I could hear the tiny, constant noises of the campsite, the faint tick of cooling metal from under the car, a bug flicking against the side of the tent. Somewhere in the underbrush, something small, probably a mouse, rustled through leaves, then scurried on. My hair still smelled like last night's fire. I could taste the ghost of tomato sauce at the back of my throat. The nylon above me glowed dimly with the last of the starlight. If I focused, I could just barely pick up the low drone of the bathhouse fan in the far distance. It was almost comforting, a tiny engine hum, reminding me there were showers and sinks and people within walking distance. Then slowly, the breeze shifted. The sound faded like someone was turning down a volume knob. The fan's distant whir grew thinner, more fragile, until it finally disappeared altogether, swallowed by the thicker, more organic sounds of the forest. What was left was just trees, insects, my own breathing, and the occasional small adjustment of fabric as I unconsciously curled and uncurled my toes out in the open air. I remember thinking, right before I drifted off, that this was the most relaxed I'd felt in months. That being out here, away from emails and notifications and the constant background noise of other people's lives, was exactly what I needed. I remember thinking that nothing in the world could find me here. If I could go back to that moment, to that exact night, to that exact position, my legs stretched out, my feet resting just outside the thin nylon wall of my tent, I would grab that girl by the shoulders and shake her until her teeth rattled. I would scream at her to zip the tent all the way, but she didn't. I didn't. I don't remember the dream ending. There was no nightmare, no falling, no sudden image snapping me back into myself. One second I was deeply, thoughtlessly asleep, and the next my eyes were open in the dark, and I was awake in that particular way you only are at 3 a.m, completely uncomfortably present inside your own body. For a moment, I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. Something was wrong, but it wasn't anything obvious. No screaming, no shaking, no blinding light. Just a tightness in my chest, and the distinct feeling that I hadn't woken up on my own. It was like my body had heard something before my brain did and yanked me to the surface. My heart was beating a little too fast, like I'd sprinted up a flight of stairs in a dream. My mouth was dry, the inside of it, sticky tongue thick against the roof. My arms and upper body were warm inside the sleeping bag, but from the knees down, I could feel the night air. That was the first thing I became aware of. My feet were still outside the tent. The skin there felt startlingly cool compared to the rest of me. The little bones in my toes ached faintly with the temperature difference. A thin layer of dampness had settled on them, dew or sweat or both, and every tiny movement sent a whisper of sensation up the back of my legs. The nylon of the bag rasped gently against my calves when I flexed them, a faint shh sound in the dark. I felt oddly stretched, exposed. My face was pointed at the front of the tent where the fabric sloped down to meet the ground at an angle. There was no moonlight, no glow from the bathhouse, nothing. The nylon above me was just a uniform, suffocating black. For a second, I thought maybe I'd only been asleep for an hour or two. It felt like early night, not late. I turned my head carefully, the pillow rustling under my cheek, and squinted at the small travel alarm clock I'd wedged into the corner near my head. A weak greenish light glowed behind the scratched plastic display, 3:07 a.m. The numbers looked far too bright, almost lurid, stamped against the darkness of the tent. 3 in the morning in a cabin or a house is unsettling. 3 in the morning in a nylon coffin at the end of a dead-end loop in the middle of the forest has its own gravity. The time itself felt heavy-loaded. I swallowed, trying to coax some moisture back into my throat. My tongue tasted like stale camp food and the metallic tang of the water we'd pumped from the spigot. I became aware of how shallow my breathing was. Little sips of air, as if taking full breaths would make too much noise. At first, there was nothing to hear. The silence pressed in on me from all sides, thick and close. Not even the distant bathhouse fan hummed in the background anymore. Earlier, before I'd fallen asleep, it had been a faint comfort, a tiny, constant evidence of other people, other lights. Now that sound was simply gone. I strained my ears, waiting for the familiar forest noises to fill the gap. An insect's high-pitched whine, a breeze stirring the branches, the soft scrape of something small nosing through the undergrowth. Instead, I got something worse, nothing. A silence so dense it felt like the world on the other side of the nylon had been muffled, like someone had thrown a blanket over the entire forest. Time stretched. 10 seconds. 30. A minute. My heartbeat seemed to get louder in response, thudding in my ears, pulsing in my hands, where they curled against my chest. That was when I heard it. Very faint at first, so far away, I thought I might be imagining it. A barely there crunch, like weight settling onto dry needles. Then another, and another. A slow, irregular rhythm. It came from somewhere out in the trees. Not close. Not yet. But moving. I held my breath without meaning to, trying to separate the sound from the background. Crunch. Pause. Crunch. A thin twig snapping somewhere in the sequence with a clear, brittle crack that traveled through the quiet like a thrown stone through still water. This wasn't the light skittering noise of a squirrel darting along a branch or a rabbit hopping through the brush. The weight behind it sounded heavier, more deliberate. Whatever it was didn't seem to be in a hurry, but it also wasn't wandering randomly. The steps fell in a line, each one landing where there was room for it. The forest was finally making a sound again, and I hated it. My first thought, the one my brain latched onto like a life raft, was Dad. It had to be my father. He'd told me more than once that he sometimes had to get up several times a night, especially on trip days. Check his blood sugar, go to the bathroom, stretch out stiff legs. He wasn't 20 anymore, so of course he'd be up at 3 a.m. in the woods. Of course I'd hear someone walking. This was normal. This was fine. I repeated that to myself like a mantra as the footsteps continued. I told myself he'd gotten out of his tent quietly, not wanting to wake me, and was now on his way to the bathhouse or the tree line to relieve himself. This was Dad. No threat. Just another bodily function in the middle of the night. That story held up for exactly 3 seconds. Because even with my eyes closed and my body completely still, my sense of direction still worked. I'd fallen asleep with a clear mental map of the campsite stamped behind my eyelids, the car to my left, the picnic table near my head, Dad's tent beyond that, the faint path to the bathhouse off to the right and forward. The bathhouse was on one side of us. The footsteps were not coming from that side. They were coming from the opposite direction, from deeper in the trees behind us, from a place where no trail connected to anywhere human. The realization slid into my consciousness slowly, at first like an unwelcome thought I tried to push away. Then it landed with a dull, cold certainty in the pit of my stomach. If Dad had gone to the bathroom, he would have gone toward the bathhouse, toward the main loops, where there were lights and doors and tiled floors. He wouldn't be coming back from the direction where the forest just got thicker and steeper. My instinctive rationalization flickered, then went out. I told myself, maybe he got turned around. Maybe he stepped off the path and looped back the long way. Maybe he's just walking through the site to head to the road first. I told myself a lot of things in those few seconds, but none of those explanations fit the sound. The footsteps were closer now, the individual noises more distinct, the soft crunch of pine needles compressing, the occasional tiny rock skittering away from under a heel, the difference in tone when whoever it was stepped from the softer forest floor onto the harder packed dirt of the campsite itself. The rhythm stayed the same, steady, evenly spaced, not dragging or limping. Not the uncertain shuffle of someone half asleep and disoriented. Whoever was walking knew where their feet were going. They were not making the noise of someone trying to be quiet. I lay on my back, the sleeping bag suddenly too tight across my chest, and tried to will my heartbeat to slow down. Each thud felt like it might shake the thin nylon. The steps left the trees completely now. I could tell by how the sound changed, no more muffled forest floor, just clear, unmistakable steps on open dirt and gravel. Half a dozen paces. Then they stopped. Based on where the sound had been and how far it had traveled, I knew without seeing that whoever, whatever had been walking was now inside our campsite somewhere near the middle. Near the car, near the picnic table, near me. My body went very still in that ancient animal way it does when it senses a predator nearby. I didn't consciously decide to freeze. I just stopped. Even the muscles in my face seemed to lock. The next sound I heard was worse than the footsteps. At first I didn't recognize it as anything. It was so close and so unexpected that my brain couldn't categorize it. A kind of soft, rasping presence on the other side of the wall. Then I realized what it was. Breathing. Not my own, which I was now painfully aware of, trapped and shallow inside my chest. Not the slow, even snore I was used to hearing when Dad fell asleep in front of the TV. This was different. This was a steady, slightly congested exhale right above me. Right above the thin green nylon stretched a foot or so from my face. Whoever had walked into our site wasn't just standing there. They were leaning over my tent close enough that I could hear the air move in and out of their lungs. There was a faint whistle at the top of each inhale, a barely there wet sound, at the tail end of each exhale like a cold that never quite cleared. Every tiny change in pressure made the tent fabric shift almost imperceptibly, a soft touch you could only feel if you were already keyed up and waiting for it. My mind, desperate, tried once more to reconcile what I was hearing with the safest option. It's Dad. He's checking on you. He couldn't sleep. He wanted to make sure you were okay. Maybe he heard you move and thought you were awake. Maybe he's about to say something. Maybe, but my body had already cast its vote. The hairs on my arms and neck were standing up so sharply it hurt. My fingers had curled into tight, shaking fists inside the sleeping bag. A cold sweat broke out along my spine, utterly at odds with the thick, warm air inside the tent. I've heard people say my body knew before my mind did, and I thought it was just a figure of speech. Lying there listening to that unfamiliar, slightly labored breathing inches above my face, I understood it wasn't. It wasn't just that the rhythm of the breaths didn't match how my father sounded when he slept. It was something subtler than that. The weight of the presence felt wrong. The angle at which they were holding themselves, the way their breath hit the fabric and spread. Whoever was outside my tent that night was not my father. And some ancient, buried part of me recognized that fact so completely that my whole nervous system reacted before my logical brain could even get close. The first thing my body did was nothing. I lay there, every muscle locked, as if stillness alone could turn me invisible. My brain repeated useless instructions, don't move, don't move, don't move, as if I could somehow forget and suddenly sit up. The breathing above me went on slow and steady. In, out, in, out. Each exhale exhaled directly into the thin nylon, the sound flattening and spreading as though the tent itself was breathing on me. I focused so hard on that noise that everything else started to fall away. My own lungs, terrified, tried to match it. I took tiny, shallow sips of air, trying not to change the rhythm of the darkness outside. It didn't help. Inside my body, there was a whole other storm going on. My heart was hammering so violently that the blood in my ears drowned out almost everything. It sounded like someone had turned on a faucet in my head, constant rushing way too loud. My pulse throbbed at my temples and my fingertips, like my own body was trying to shout over the silence. The air in the tent felt wrong now. Every breath I managed tasted like hot nylon, old sweat, and stale camp smoke. The thin fabric had held on to the heat of the day, and with me sealed inside, it turned into a kind of personal greenhouse. My t-shirt clung damply to my back. A line of perspiration trickled down my spine, slow and cold. The smoky smell on my clothes, which hours ago had felt cozy and familiar, now just reminded me of fire and burning and the fact that if this tent caught for any reason, there would be nowhere to go. Outside, the breathing shifted. The weight of the presence above my face changed. It was subtle, a tiny adjustment, like someone easing pressure off their hands. But I felt it in the way the nylon stopped whispering against itself. The invisible person straightened up, pulling back from the tent. For 1 second, there was nothing. No breathing, no footsteps, then a soft crunch to my left. They had stepped back. Another footstep, then another. The careful, measured rhythm resumed, but this time it was closer, hugging the perimeter of my tent. Whoever it was had started to walk around me. The sound of their boots on the ground, because I knew now it was boots, not sneakers, from the duller, heavier tone, became my whole world. On the side where my head lay, the steps sounded slightly more muffled, cushioned by the thicker layer of pine needles and maybe a root or two. At the foot of the tent, where my legs stretched toward the open end, there were more small stones mixed into the dirt. I knew this because every time they took a step there, I heard the tiny, distinct scrape of gravel, a rock or two rolling away with a gritty skitter before settling again. That sound made my teeth hurt. They were close enough that when they moved, the tent responded. A knee, a hip, maybe a hand brushing against the wall sent the fabric into a faint, trembling ripple. I have to move my feet. The thought arrived like a sharp, clear bell cutting through static. My feet were still out there in the open air. Even if whoever was outside hadn't noticed yet, if they kept circling, they would eventually round the corner to where the zipper lay half open at the foot of the tent. 8, maybe 10 inches of pure night, where my skin had been just a few minutes earlier, easy to see, easy to reach. Every instinct I had was telling me not to move at all, that any change in my breathing, any whisper of nylon would draw their attention. But a different kind of terror was growing colder, more focused, the idea of those footsteps coming close and finding my bare feet waiting. I listened. They were on my left side now, moving slowly toward the bottom of the tent. The rhythm of their steps was steady, plant shift, a soft crunch, a faint crack, when a small stick gave way. I decided I'd use that rhythm as cover. When their boots pressed down and the pine needles complained, I'd move my legs a fraction of an inch. Then I'd freeze again when they lifted their foot. It was a plan. It was a bad one, but it was all I had. They stepped. Crunch. At the exact same time, I tightened my thigh muscles and dragged my heels back toward myself just a little. The nylon of the sleeping bag scraped softly along my calves, the sound barely there, almost masked by the noise of their step. They lifted their foot. I stopped. My lungs burned as I held my breath, waiting for any sign that they'd heard. Nothing. Just the continued circle. Another step this time, accompanied by the distinct shkt of fabric, thicker fabric than my tent brushing against something. Jeans or heavy pants maybe rubbing together as they walked. Another crunch. Another microscopic retreat of my legs. I inched my way back into safety, like that, one heartbeat at a time. My hamstrings trembled from the effort of moving so slowly, so precisely. Every pull sent a little jolt of pins and needles up from my heels as my feet left the cool outside air and slid back onto the warmth of the ground sheet. Outside, the stranger continued their slow orbit. There were moments when they passed so close that I could hear more than just footsteps. The faint rustle of their clothes, the drag of a sleeve, the creak of some stiff seam. Once, very clearly, the quiet chime of metal against metal, like a key ring or a zipper pull knocking softly against a belt buckle. It was such a normal sound that it made everything worse. Bears don't wear jeans. Deer don't have keys. At one point, near where my hips rested, they stopped. I could hear the fabric of their clothes shift and stretch like someone bending at the waist. The side of the tent bulged inward a fraction of an inch, then sprang back. I imagined a hand pressed flat against it, fingers spread, testing how the nylon responded. A thin branch snapped under their knee or hand with a brittle tick. The noise knifed through my nerves, but they didn't react to it at all. No curse, no shuffle of surprise. Just that constant slow breathing and the occasional soft brush against the tent. I pulled my legs in one tiny bit at a time, timing each movement with their steps, until finally I felt the edge of the sleeping bag close around my ankles. My feet were inside now. Not much safer in reality, just a few millimeters of nylon between me and the outside world, but it felt like a victory so profound I almost cried. My heels rested on the sleeping pad, my toes finally tucked in. The air down near the foot of the tent was hot or stale, but I welcomed it, pressed my soles into it, like I could burrow deeper inside. The opening at the bottom of the tent was still there, though, a small, dark triangle of nothing where the zipper sat halfway up. From the inside, I could see only a vague suggestion of difference between the tent floor and the outside world, a slightly deeper black, a thinner line where air moved more freely. I stared at it in my mind, knowing exactly where it was, even though I couldn't actually see it. At least they can't grab my feet now, I told myself. At least that part of me is safe. Even as I thought it, a more honest voice collected the lie and held it up to the light. My entire body was still a few knife cuts away from the outside, if that's what they wanted. The tent was not a wall. It was a suggestion of a wall made of fabric and hope. But hope is still something. Right then, I clung to it. Outside, the pacing slowed. I could track their position as they moved closer and farther based on how the sounds bounced off the tent. At my head, they sounded just a bit more muffled, like the limited space between my face and the nylon changed the acoustics. At my sides, they were louder, thudding directly into my ears. And then, like a record scratching, the rhythm stopped. The last footstep landed near where my toes had been minutes earlier at the opening. I knew exactly where they were standing without having to see. If the tent flap had been open all the way, I would have been able to see their shoes from where I lay. As it was, I felt their presence like a pressure against my skin. They didn't move. 1 second, 2, 5. The forest around us seemed to tilt, the silence narrowing, focusing down to that one spot. For a few heartbeat-long moments, the only sound was the faint, restless shiver of leaves in the tall branches overhead, pushed by some high wind that never reached us down here. My lungs burned again, I realized I'd stopped breathing without meaning to my body, too afraid to risk the tiny sound of air going in and out. And then it happened. No warning, no shuffle, no clothing rustle. A hand slid into the gap at the bottom of the tent. I didn't see it, not clearly. What I got was an impression, a sudden disturbance in the air, a shadow that wasn't there a moment before. Then fingers definitely human, closed hard around the arch of my foot. The pain was bright and immediate, a sharp, crushing pinch right in the softest part of my soul. Not hard enough to break anything, but hard enough to make my toes curl and my calf jerk. It was the way we used to grab each other's feet under the table as kids messing around. Except there were no siblings here, no table, no playfulness. Just pressure and intent. The skin beneath that grip screamed that this was not fur, not claws, not the uncertain nudge of an animal sniffing canvas. The palm was warm and dry. The fingers were strong, the nails blunt. A human hand. Holding my foot like it belonged to them. Something ripped out of me, then half a scream, half a sob, but it caught behind my teeth as I clamped my jaw shut so hard I bit the inside of my cheek. The metallic taste of blood burst across my tongue. Tears flooded my eyes so fast it made my vision go white around the edges, even in the dark. My whole body began to shake, a deep, uncontrollable tremor that started in my shoulders and rolled through my chest, down my spine, into my legs. The hand squeezed once firmly, like it was testing for a reaction. Then just as suddenly as it had appeared, it let go. For a second, after the hand let go, I thought I'd imagined it. The pain in my foot was already fading from sharp to throbbing, and the absence of that grip was so sudden it felt like a glitch. My body, still locked in that rigid terror, kept bracing for the next squeeze that didn't come. The air around my toes felt different again, thicker, less disturbed. The presence at the opening pulled back. I heard the faintest rustle of fabric and the quiet shift of weight, like someone straightening up from a crouch. The tent wall near my feet quivered. I heard the dull creak of knees or boots as the stranger stood all the way. It was amazing how much I could read from sounds now. My eyes might as well not have existed. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the breathing returned to my side. The footsteps came back in 2 slow, deliberate steps, and suddenly that steady, congested exhale was directly above me again. Whoever it was had resumed their position, standing right next to my torso, close enough that I could hear the subtle changes in their lungs, the way each inhale dragged just a fraction too long. They didn't move. They didn't speak. They just stood there. If you've never laid completely frozen while a stranger listens to you breathe from inches away, I hope you never do. Time stopped being a straight line. It twisted and stretched, pulling out into something thin and strange. My jaw ached from clenching. The bitten inside of my cheek stung sharply, the copper taste of blood refusing to fade. My tongue felt like sandpaper. Every instinct screamed at me to gasp, to pant, to sob, to do something. I forced myself to keep my breaths small and controlled, terrified that any sudden change, any proof I was awake would be some kind of invitation. The tent amplified little details I'd never noticed before. The faint crackle of nylon as my sleeping bag shifted a millimeter with each heartbeat. The barely audible whisper of my hair against the pillow. The softest tick-tick as something tiny, a beetle, maybe crawled on the outside near my shoulder. Over all of it, the breathing. In, out, in, out. I began to picture them even though I didn't want to, a silhouette bent over my tent head, tilted slightly, listening, trying to decide if I was pretending to sleep or truly unconscious to what they had just done. I don't know how long they stood there. It could have been 30 seconds. It could have been 5 minutes. It felt like an hour, my mind looping through the same stuck thought. Please go away. Please go away. Just leave. Eventually, something shifted. The breathing didn't fade exactly, but it moved away as though the sound was gently tugged sideways. The tent wall relaxed, no longer quivering with borrowed tension. I heard the soft crunch of a step, then another, as the stranger finally turned and began to walk toward the other side of the campsite. They were leaving, or at least they were leaving me. I kept my eyes open, staring into the dark as the footsteps crossed the dirt. Now that they were a few feet away, I could pick out more details. The distinct click of a cooler latch. The dull thud of something placed on wood. A scrape as an object slid across the picnic table. Then the unmistakable sound of the cooler lid being opened, plastic hinge creaking, ice shifting and crackling as cold air spilled out. The rummaging was almost casual. A bottle bumped another with a hollow ring. Something metallic clinked, maybe a spoon or the stove. My mind in its panic grabbed onto the details like proof that this was a weird, awful human encounter. Bears didn't test cooler latches that way. Animals didn't move things around with this kind of intention. Whatever was out there was going through our stuff the way you might go through your own kitchen at night. Then, as quickly as it had started, the rummaging stopped. The cooler lid closed with a muffled thump, softer this time, like it was set down gently instead of dropped. A few more small rustles, a shift of something on the table, and then nothing. No footsteps walking away down the gravel strip to the road. No branches snapping in retreat. No final cough or exhale or pebbles scattering under boots. Just quiet. Absolute suffocating quiet. I lay there in the dark, muscles trembling, trying to decide which was worse, the idea that they'd left without a sound, or the possibility that they were still out there standing just beyond the range of my hearing, watching the tents. Waiting. I tried to listen past my own heartbeat, but it was useless. Inside the tent, my body had become its own noisy cage. The more I strained to pick up some sign of movement, the more each internal noise, swallow, blink, breath felt obnoxiously loud. Minutes trickled by, maybe more. The night outside didn't change. No owl calls, no insects, just that static blank darkness pressing against the thin nylon. I kept thinking, this is it. This is what it feels like right before everything goes bad. At some point, the pure adrenaline high started to ebb, leaving behind a deep, bone-deep exhaustion. My muscles, locked so long, began to ache in a way that had nothing to do with fear. My eyelids felt heavy and dry. My brain, having run all the scenarios it could possibly run, started to misfire, thoughts fragmenting. Terror can't stay at a 10 forever. Eventually, the body does what it does. I told myself I'd stay awake, that I'd listen for the slightest sound, and the moment I heard anything again, I didn't even know. Call out, run to Dad's tent, bolt out into the open. Instead, at some point, watching the black fabric inches from my face, still trembling from shock, I slipped under. I don't remember falling asleep. I remember fighting it. I remember promising myself I wouldn't. But fear and exhaustion made a pact behind my back, and the next time my awareness snapped into focus, it wasn't darkness I saw. It was gray. The sound that pulled me up this time was a zipper. Not mine. Not the tentative, painfully slow movement I'd imagined making all night. This was louder, unapologetic, a full, firm zip being dragged all the way from top to bottom. Dad's tent. For a second, I froze again, caught between the echo of last night's panic and the muscle memory of 1,000 camping mornings. Then reality rearranged itself. It was morning. Early, but definitely morning. Light seeped in through the fabric in a flat, washed-out way. The air inside the tent was cooler but not comforting. I had never been so relieved to hear that particular zipper sound in my life. I shoved my own zipper down with shaking hands and crawled out so fast I nearly tangled myself in the sleeping bag. The air that hit my face was cold and thin, smelling of damp dirt and the dying embers of our fire. The world outside was painted in pale blue-gray, the kind of light that doesn't feel warm or welcoming, just exposed. Dad stood near the center of the campsite in his flannel sleep pants and a t-shirt, one hand still on his tent flap, the other hanging uselessly at his side. His hair was smashed on one side from his pillow. The expression on his face stopped me mid-step. He looked scared. Not startled, not annoyed. Scared. And beneath that, something else, guilt, Shan. My voice came out hoarse, like I'd been screaming all night instead of lying still. "Are you okay?" He turned toward me, eyes flicking briefly to my face, and then past me as if he was looking for someone else. "Was that you?" he asked without preamble, outside around 2 or 3 by the cooler. His voice was tight. I heard something. I thought it was you or an animal, but it sounded like someone. The question hit me like a physical shove. For a second, everything I'd tried to file away as a half-dream snapped into sharp focus again. The footsteps, the breathing, the squeeze on my foot. I didn't realize my hands were shaking until I lifted them. "No," I said, and my voice cracked. "No, that wasn't me. That wasn't me." The words tumbled out of me in a rush then. I told him everything. The waking up at 3, the silence, the wrong direction footsteps, the breathing above my face, how the figure had circled the tent, how I dragged my feet inside in tiny, pathetic inches, how a hand had come in through the opening and pinched my foot like it was checking if I was real. By the time I got to that part, my own eyes were brimming. My legs felt weirdly weak, like they might not hold me. I could see Dad's jaw clench as he listened, the muscles ticking. There were at least 3 times where he looked like he was going to interrupt, ask a question, demand a detail, and then didn't. When I finally ran out of words, there was a beat of silence between us. Slowly, he lifted his hand and pointed over my shoulder toward the picnic table. "Look," he said. I turned. For a second, my brain refused to process what I was seeing. The table looked wrong. Not destroyed, not ransacked. Just wrong. Every single thing that had been on or near it the night before. Food utensils, condiments, pots, cups, even the paperback he'd been reading had been moved. They had been arranged into a pyramid. At the center of the table, someone had stacked our belongings in a tidy, deliberate structure, bigger items at the base, smaller ones on top. The cooler, which had been on the ground next to the table, now formed part of the foundation, its lid pressed firmly shut. The propane canister sat balanced on a cookpot. My metal mug perched near the top upside down like a strange flag. Nothing was strewn. Nothing was broken. The ketchup bottle stood perfectly upright on one side label facing out. It wasn't random. It was composed. A display. I walked toward it slowly, as if getting too close might make the whole thing collapse. The closer I got, the clearer it became that nothing had been taken. The bear box was still shut and latched. The cooler straps were still tied in the knot Dad had made. The ice inside had shifted, but not much. No claw marks, no teeth marks, no shredded wrappers or spilled food. This wasn't an animal, I whispered, stating the obvious because it was the only thing my brain could manage. Dad nodded once tight. No, there was something even worse in his eyes now. The dawning realization that while he'd been lying in his tent, listening to noises and trying to convince himself it wasn't his problem, someone had been out here feet away from his sleeping daughter, taking their time. As if on cue, his gaze dropped from the table to the ground around my tent. The dirt there was darker, slightly more compacted. The layer of pine needles that had cushioned our footsteps the day before was disturbed, matted down in a rough ring around the tent. "Come here," he said. I stepped closer, and he crouched, pressing his fingers lightly into the soil. There, clear as anything, were the impressions of boot soles. Not a single path, not a simple approach and retreat. They overlapped, crisscrossed, doubling back over the same spots. Whoever had been out here had walked circles around my tent, over and over, pacing just as I'd imagined, orbiting where I'd lain, with my legs stretched out and my feet outside the zipper. Dad's hand hovered over one of the clearer prints, his fingertips just above the outline, not quite touching. His shoulders were rigid. When he finally did let his fingers brush it, his face tightened, something like rage and horror flickering over it in the same second. He stood up abruptly. "We're leaving," he said. There was no discussion, no debate, maybe it was just some drunk from another site, or let's talk to the ranger, see if anyone reported anything weird. The decision snapped into place as cleanly as a tent pole locking. We fell into motion like people escaping a building that might not be on fire yet, but could be any second. I stumbled back into my tent and started yanking my things into my duffel without folding them. The zipper on the tent door screamed as I jerked it open and closed. Stakes came out of the ground with clods of dirt still clinging to them. The poles collapsed with a metallic series of snap, snap, snap jangling in my hands. Every normal camp sound, the tearing of Velcro, the clank of metal, the car doors slamming, felt too loud in the morning stillness. When Dad slammed the Forerunner's hatch, shut the ram of metal on metal, ricocheted off the trees, and made both of us flinch. We didn't talk while we loaded the car. There was nothing to say that would make what we'd seen or heard make more sense. Within 15 minutes, the campsite looked almost like we'd never been there. Just another patch of dirt and a tired picnic table. The only evidence of anything strange was the faint square of undisturbed dust where the pyramid had been, and the scuffed ring of footprints slowly filling with blown needles. As we drove out, the far loop felt like it was exhaling us. The deeper into the campground we got, the more normal everything became. Tents, kids on bikes, the sound of a radio playing classic rock somewhere, the mouth-watering smell of bacon frying on a portable griddle. A dad in flip-flops stood over a camp stove and another loop spatula in hand, completely unaware that half a mile away, someone had spent a night arranging a stranger's belongings in the dark. By the time we passed the main bathhouse with its clanking doors and humming fan and line of people brushing their teeth at the sinks, the whole thing already felt distant, thin, like a weird story you'd tell later and then laugh off. In the passenger seat, I stared out at the bustling, sunlit campsites and felt untethered, like I was watching some TV show about a happy camping trip that had nothing to do with me. If it weren't for the sore spot in the arch of my foot, where the fingers had dug in, and the small crescent of broken skin inside my cheek, where I'd bitten down, I might have been tempted to chalk it up to sleep paralysis or some extremely vivid nightmare. But those prints in the dirt had been real. That pyramid on the table had been real. The silence from the far loop followed us all the way down the mountain. When I think back on that night now, people always assume the moment that haunts me is the hand on my foot. The sudden icy recognition of another human being touching me while I pretended to be asleep. It isn't. The part I can't shake, the part that creeps into the room with me when I'm trying to fall asleep in my very safe, very locked apartment, is knowing that whoever was out there had enough time to circle my tent, touch me, and then carefully stack every object we owned into a neat little pyramid and still walk away. If you've never seen 550 acres of pine trees planted in straight lines, it's hard to explain how unnatural it feels. People here farm and picture barns, cows, fields of corn. My childhood didn't look like that. I grew up on what my dad called a pine straw farm in rural North Carolina. Our whole livelihood came from the brown needles those trees dropped, baling them up and selling them for landscaping mulch to suburbs I'd never see. From the air, I'm sure it looked beautiful, rows and rows of perfectly spaced pines, all marching away from the main house in neat green corridors. On the ground, especially at night, it looked like something built to trap you. The house itself sat right in the middle of it all, like someone had put a single light in the center of a maze and dared you to try to reach it. A narrow dirt road ran from the highway through the first few rows of trees and then curved around to the front porch. The story my mom liked to tell was that the house had been a normal farmhouse once, back when there were pastures and vegetable gardens instead of plains of pine. When my dad bought the property and turned it into a pine straw operation, he kept the house and surrounded it with trees. You couldn't see a neighbor from our place. We didn't really have neighbors. The only vehicles you saw on that road were our delivery trucks, or the occasional lost driver who always turned around fast once they realized they'd taken a wrong turn onto private land. One side of the house sat on a gentle slope. To keep the floors level, that entire wall, what you'd think of as the first floor, was built up on stilts, thick wooden posts sunk into the dirt. Underneath, between the supports, was open space, shaded and cool. As a kid, I thought of it as the house's underbelly, a place where tools and broken equipment went to die. Above that, on the same side, was the living room. If you were standing outside in the yard, looking up at that wall, the living room looked like it was on the second story. The floor under it hung a good 8 or 10 feet above the ground. That whole side of the room was basically glass. We had this window, if you can even call it that ran almost the entire length of the wall. 50 feet, give or take. A single continuous stretch of glass broken only by a couple of thin vertical supports and the frame at the top and bottom. In the daytime, it was nice. I won't pretend it wasn't. The sunlight came through in these long, clean beams, catching dust motes and making them look like lazy snow. You could stand there with a mug of coffee and look out across the pine rows, watching the wind move through them in waves. Deer would sometimes pick their way between the trunks, heads down. Hawks rode the thermals overhead. When I was little, I'd sit on the couch with my knees pulled up, stare out, and imagine those straight dirt corridors between the trees were streets in some secret pine city. The tractor's path became the main road. The breaks in the rows where equipment had to pass were intersections. The whole farm was a locked-in town only we knew the map to. At night, that window turned into something else. When the sun went down and the interior lights came on, the living room became a lit-up stage. The pale carpet, the old plaid couch, the TV stand, everything glowed under the yellow bulbs. Those 50 feet of glass stopped being a view and started being a mirror. You'd see yourself and the room reflected back, and beyond that, nothing. Just a flat black wall where the world should have been. But you always knew what was really there. Behind that reflected version of you was acre after acre of hollow lanes, those straight columns of trees, each row a long, narrow hallway of dirt and needles. The gaps between the trunks lined up in such a way that if you stood dead center in the room and looked out, you could track those corridors almost to the edge of our land. Even when you couldn't see them, your brain filled them in. You knew they were there. You knew that if anything stood between those trunks at the right distance, it would have a clear, unobstructed view of that long, glowing rectangle of glass. Inside, the living room had its own soundtrack at night. In the winter, the gas heater in the wall would make this little click whoomp sound as it kicked on, followed by a low, steady whoosh of hot air. From the kitchen behind you, the fridge would rumble to life, buzz for a while, then sigh and click off. Sometimes you could hear the ice maker drop a cube into the tray with a hollow clunk that always sounded too loud after midnight. Outside, the wind would move through the tops of the pines and make a sound like a distant highway, a constant rush, low and white, that never stopped, only changed intensity. On especially still nights, it would die down to almost nothing, and you'd realize how completely cut off you were from everything. If a truck turned onto our road after dark, you could hear it from the living room before you saw the headlights. The crunch of tires on gravel, the engine noise getting closer, closer. Then the sudden flare of light sweeping across the ceiling, streaking past that huge window and flashing against the far wall. Then gone. Either it was us coming home or someone who'd realized we weren't the house they were looking for and had already turned around. Those were the safe nights in a weird way, when there were noises you could label. The quiet nights were worse. Over the years, without anyone sitting down and writing it on a piece of paper, my family developed a kind of rule about that living room. No one said we are afraid of the window. No one admitted that. It was always jokes, comments like, "Man, that glass makes me feel like I'm in a fishbowl," or "TV looks better from the hallway anyway." But the effect was obvious. After a certain hour, no one stayed in there. We'd watch something after dinner, sure. Mom would sit at one end of the couch with her legs curled under her knitting or scrolling through her phone. Dad would sit in his recliner boots, off-socked feet propped on the ottoman. I'd pick my spot where the reflection on the glass didn't quite line up with my own face. The big window would show all of it, slightly dulled, the three of us, the light, our movements, as if we were fish, and the glass was the tank wall. Around 9 or 10, depending on the night, somebody would get up, put a glass in the sink, take the dog out, wander back toward the bedrooms. The TV might stay on, voices still talking and laughing from whatever show we'd put on, but the room would quietly empty. Nobody lingered alone on that couch, with the lights still blazing and the invisible pine rows staring back. If you did, if you ended up in the living room by yourself after dark, maybe you were grabbing something you'd left on the coffee table or flipping off the lamp, there was a sensation that hit you as soon as you stepped into that field of glass. It started as a prickle between the shoulder blades right at the base of your neck, a sense that you were being watched. Logic tried to explain it away. You're looking at your own reflection, that's all. Your brain is wired to detect faces. You're confusing the feeling of seeing yourself with being seen. Case closed. Except it never really went away. Standing in that room with the lights on, you felt exposed in a way you didn't feel anywhere else in the house. There was nowhere to hide, nothing to duck behind. Just that huge black rectangle staring back. I used to joke about it when I was younger. Tell visiting cousins the trees had eyes. Say things like, "Don't press your face to the glass, they don't like that." I'd laugh when they pulled back nervously. But even then, I had this very specific picture in my mind, a picture that never really left me. I'd imagine someone standing out there, not up close where you might catch a hint of their shape, but way back. 3, 4, 5 rows deep into the maze. Dead center in one of those corridors, feet planted on the soft bed of needles, hands in their pockets. They wouldn't need a flashlight. They'd already know the way. They'd just stand there in the dark, perfectly still, eyes adjusted, staring between the trunks at that big illuminated strip of glass. And from where they were standing, we would look, framed, like a picture on a wall. I grew up laughing it off, telling myself it was just an overactive imagination. But from the time I was small, I had a rule of my own. I never sat with my back to that window after dark. The winter my cousin Eli came to stay, The trees looked different. In summer, the pine rows behind our house were dark green and dense, full of insects, and the occasional darting shape of a deer. In winter, with a light layer of snow on the ground and the branches bare down low, they looked more like a grid. All those straight lines suddenly stood out in sharp contrast, dark trunks, pale earth between them. From the living room window, it felt less like a forest, and more like someone had drawn a series of black bars across the world. I was 14 that year. Eli was the same age, a little taller, skinnier, with the kind of nervous energy that made adults say things like, "He'll shoot up another 6 inches any day now." His parents had dropped him off for a few days while they went to some work conference, and my mom, never one to say no to family, had waved them off with cookies and promises to keep these boys out of trouble. We didn't have a spare bedroom. My room was a narrow box with a single bed and a draft that crept in under the window frame. My parents' room was off limits. That left the living room. It made a certain kind of sense, big space, 2 couches, TV close to the kitchen for midnight snacks. It also meant sleeping directly in front of the long window. Mom dragged out extra blankets and a couple of ancient pillows that smelled like closet. We shifted the coffee table aside, the legs scraping on the hardwood, and turned the room into a makeshift dorm. The old plaid couch beneath the window was longer. I took that one. Eli got the love seat against the opposite wall, his head near the hallway that led to the bedrooms and bathroom. We both hesitated when we looked at the glass. Even with the lights on, you could see the darkness pressing against it, the faint suggestion of rose beyond the reflection. Without saying anything, we both moved in the same direction, the linen closet. We dug out a flat sheet, thin, off-white, a little yellowed from age, and stood there trying to figure out how to rig it. The window was too wide for one curtain rod, and we didn't have anything that long anyway. In the end, we stretched the sheet across the middle section of the glass, taping the top corners and the center with strips of masking tape, then reinforcing the bottom with whatever we could find. 2 thumbtacks, 1 crooked nail hammered into the trim, a pushpin we stole from the corkboard in the kitchen. It covered maybe 70-75% of the expanse. A drooping makeshift curtain with its edges curling away from the glass. The left flank and the right flank of the window were still uncovered, a foot or two of raw black glass on either side. We stood back and looked at our work. "Well," Eli said, scratching the back of his neck, "that looks like we're trying not to be murdered, which is comforting." "It's fine," I said. "If there's a serial killer out there, he'll appreciate the effort." He smirked. "Yeah, he'll probably wait until we're asleep so he can get the full aesthetic experience." We traded a few more cheap jokes like that, each one a little louder than it needed to be. It's amazing how much you can try to talk fear out of a room like you're chasing a stray dog off with noise. By the time we were done setting up, the house had settled into its nighttime routine. The kitchen lights were off. The only light in the living room came from the TV and a small lamp in the corner throwing a warm yellow pool onto the carpet. That light hit the sheet and turned it into a huge rectangle of pale fabric glowing faintly. On either side where the glass was bare, the night pressed in like ink. Outside, the temperature had dropped below freezing. Earlier, just before dinner, a light snow had started to fall, dusting the ground and the lower branches. Now, from what little we could see through the uncovered edges, the snow lay about an inch deep, turning the pine rows into brighter, clearer corridors. The moon was out somewhere behind the clouds, because the exposed portions of the world looked washed in silver. We watched some forgettable late-night show guys getting hit in the crotch with various objects, prank videos, that kind of thing. The canned laughter track felt too loud in the quiet house. Mom and Dad had gone to bed an hour earlier. We could hear their muffled movements above us, then the creak of their mattress, then nothing. Around midnight, the gas furnace in the hallway kicked on with its familiar click. Foomph, and warm air began to flow, making the vents hiss softly. The living room got just warm enough that we could ditch our sweatshirts and lie under the blankets in t-shirts, bare arms sticking out into the moving air. When we finally turned the TV off, the sudden absence of its chatter made the room feel twice as big. The small lamp stayed on its shade, throwing a cone of light over the coffee table and the first few feet of floor. Beyond that, the edges of the room faded into shadow. The sounds of the house took over. The furnace cycled, clicked off, then on again. Somewhere near the kitchen, the fridge hummed to life for a few minutes, then cut off with a tiny thunk. A wall clock near the hallway ticked rhythmically loud in the silence. "Cozy right," I muttered, settling into my blanket nest on the couch under the window. "Sure," Eli said from the other side of the room, like a snow globe full of anxiety. I rolled onto my side, facing inward, so my back was to the glass. I didn't want to fall asleep looking at the sheet and the black beyond it. From this position, I could see Eli on his couch, the hallway behind him, a dark tunnel. His eyes were open, reflecting the lamplight. "You good?" I asked. "Yeah," he said. "Just thinking about our friend out there." He nodded toward the window without actually looking at it. "The pine maze killer." "Shut up and go to sleep," I said, but there wasn't much bite in it. We fell quiet. Outside, the wind moved through the tops of the trees, making that constant, far-away rushing sound, like distant traffic on a highway you couldn't see. Every now and then, a branch would creak or snow would slide off a limb and land with a soft thwomp somewhere out of sight. The lamp made the air around my face pleasantly warm. Under the blanket, my body started to relax, the tension of the day sinking into the couch cushions. My eyes got heavy listening to the clock and the wind. At some point, the furnace clicked off for longer than usual, and the air cooled just enough that I tucked my chin down into the blanket and drifted. I don't know how long we slept before the dogs started barking. We had a couple of mutts we'd picked up over the years, farm dogs more than pets. They roamed the property, slept under the house, and treated any unfamiliar vehicle like an invading army. Their barking was part of the soundtrack of my life. I'd grown so used to it that half the time my brain didn't even register it. That night was different. The first bark snapped me awake like a slap. It was loud, sharp, echoing up through the floorboards from somewhere outside, maybe near the edge of the pine rows. Another bark followed immediately, a deeper, more drawn-out howl, the sound tearing out of the dog's throat like it hurt. I sat up halfway, heart already racing, disoriented. The lamp was still on, casting the same warm circle of light. The clock on the wall read a little before 2:10 a.m. The sheet over the window billowed slightly in a draft I couldn't feel moving, like a held breath. Eli was already up on one elbow, eyes wide, blanket bunched around his waist. You hear that he whispered, as if it wasn't obvious. The dogs weren't doing their usual "hey, somebody's on the road" chorus. This wasn't their stranger near the house alarm either. They were screaming. The sound bounced through the pine rows, ripping across the frozen ground. Deep, frantic barks layered over higher, yipping ones, all tangled together. Every hair on my arms stood up. There was something in that noise I'd never heard from them before, raw panic. "What the hell?" Eli breathed. We looked at each other, and then almost against our will, both of our gazes slid to the uncovered edge of the window. Outside between the trunks, the snow glow made the world eerily bright and flat. The long corridors between the pines stretched away empty. No movement, no headlights on the road. Just that grid of dark and light, and the sound of our dogs losing their minds somewhere in the maze. The barking rose in pitch, peaking in a harsh, ragged flurry that sounded like a fight you know isn't going your way. Then just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. Not faded, not shifted into growls or whines. Stopped, all at once. The silence that followed was so absolute it made my ears ring. The silence after the dog stopped felt wrong, like a movie that had been paused mid-scream. I was still propped halfway up on my elbow blanket, twisted around my legs, heart pounding against my ribs. The last echo of barking seemed to hang in the air, even though I knew it was gone. It was so quiet, I could hear the clock ticking again each second, like a little hammer tap. Eli swung his legs off the loveseat. "What are you doing?" I whispered. He didn't answer right away. He stood, one hand gripping the arm of the couch, the other clutching the blanket around his shoulders like a cape. His socked feet made no sound on the hardwood as he moved toward the window. Not toward the sheet-covered middle, toward the exposed edge on the right side where the glass was bare and the pine rows were fully visible. "Dude," I said, but it came out weak. Even if I'd been louder, I don't think it would have stopped him. Something about the abrupt cutoff of the barking had pulled him like a magnet. The TV was off, but the black screen still held a faint bluish reflection from the tiny LED at the bottom, the one that stayed on when the set was in standby. As Eli passed it, that dim blue light smeared across his face for a second, turning his features into a ghostly mask before he stepped fully into the lamplight by the window. From where I was lying, I could only see him from the side, his profile turned toward the glass, his shoulders slightly hunched. He reached out and rested one hand on the windowsill, leaning in forehead, furrowing as he peered through the narrow vertical strip of night. His squinted eyes narrowing against the faint glare from inside. The longer he stared, the more his expression changed. At first it was only curiosity, the normal, "what the hell is going on out there" look. Then his mouth pressed into a line, his brow tightened, his head tilted just slightly to the left, like something wasn't adding up. "Eli," I tried again. "What do you see?" He didn't answer. The furnace clicked on somewhere behind me, sending a soft breath of warm air through the vents. It should have been comforting. It wasn't. The whoosh of it just seemed to underline how hard he was concentrating. He leaned in, closer tips of his fingers whitening against the sill. "Eli," I said louder this time. He flinched like I'd snapped him out of a trance, but he didn't look away from the glass. "I think..." He started, and then his voice dropped to almost nothing. "I think I see people. Plural, people." That word hit me like cold water. I was off the couch before my brain had fully processed it, blankets spilling to the floor. "What do you mean, people?" I demanded, crossing the room in 3 quick steps, like hunters, workers. What he didn't answer. His jaw was slack now, lips parted, eyes locked on something I still couldn't see. I stepped up beside him and followed his gaze. For a second, all I saw was what I always saw at night through that glass, a strip of pale ground where the snow caught the light framed by the dark trunks of the pines. The rows made long, straight corridors of gray stretching away from the house in parallel lines. The moon, hidden behind thin clouds, smeared everything with a milky sheen. It looked empty. "There's nothing," I started to say, and then it happened. From behind one of the trunks, maybe 100 yards out, something moved. A leg, just a leg at first, stepped out from behind the tree into the open space of the corridor between 2 rows. The motion was smooth, unhurried. A long, dark-shaped knee-bending foot placing itself down on the snow with deliberate care. My breath hitched. The rest of the body followed, sliding out from the cover of the trees and crossing the empty strip of ground. Whoever it was tall, their head easily as high as some of the lower branches. They wore something dark that covered them from shoulders to ankles. There were no bright colors, no reflective patches, just a solid silhouette cut out against the lighter background. They didn't look around. They didn't hesitate. They walked in a straight line from one trunk to the next, like a chess piece sliding across a board. In 3, maybe 4 steps, they passed fully through the gap and vanished behind the next tree, swallowed by the row. My hand found the edge of the sill without meaning to. My fingers dug into the wood. "Did you see that?" I hissed. "Yeah," Eli breathed. His eyes were huge pupils so wide they almost erased the color. "Yeah, I saw it." We both stared at the spot where the figure had emerged, as if willing them to come back. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my teeth. A part of me immediately tried to rationalize it. It's a neighbor, a hunter, someone who got turned around on the property, somebody walking his dog except there'd been no dog, a worker checking the irrigation lines except we didn't have any that far back, a trespasser maybe, teenagers cutting through for a thrill, except the way they'd moved didn't fit any of those. There had been no flashlight, no bobbing point of light, no sweeping beam, no stumbling, no stopping to look up at the house to check their bearings to see if anyone was watching. Just a calm, steady crossing, as if they knew exactly where they were and exactly how long each step should be. I realized then that I was holding my breath. I forced myself to exhale slowly through my nose, the glass fogging just barely under my eyes. Behind us, the clock ticked. Somewhere in the kitchen, the fridge kicked on again, a low hum filling the silence. The house was going through its normal motions, oblivious. Outside, the corridor stayed empty. 30 seconds crawled by. Then 40. A minute. It felt longer. Maybe it was just, I began. There, Eli cut in sharply. He jabbed a finger against the glass, leaving a faint print. I followed it. The leg appeared again, but this time from the opposite direction. From the right side of the gap, a dark shape slid into view, stepping out from behind a different trunk and crossing back the way it had come. The same smooth motion, the same unhurried pace, one leg then the other, torso aligned, shoulders level. No hunching, no limp, no stagger. Just that steady, measured walk. It moved through the open strip and disappeared behind the original tree as if it had never left. I felt my brain twist around itself, trying to make sense of it. "He's walking a loop," I said quietly, "like a patrol." Eli swallowed audibly. Why would someone be patrolling out there at 2 a.m? I didn't have an answer. We stood inches from the glass, barely daring to blink. The sheet that covered the center portion of the window fluttered slightly, in a draft, its bottom edge lifting off the frame and then settling back. In its pallid glow, we could see the reflection of our own faces, superimposed over the view of the trees, 2 pale, wide-eyed boys staring out at something that wasn't supposed to be there. Time stretched again. No more barks from the dogs, no car engines, no footsteps we could hear from this far. Just the endless low sigh of the wind in the canopy. I could feel the heat from the lamp at my back, the warmth of the furnace spilling around my legs. Inside, everything was soft and familiar. Outside, those straight rows waited static and patient. When the figure appeared for the 3rd time, it wasn't in the same gap. I saw a flicker of movement further down, first closer to the house. Another corridor, another strip of snow between 2 rows. The distance was hard to judge, 50 yards, 75, maybe less. The perspective of all those identical trunks played tricks on your eyes. Depth collapsed. Things further away could seem closer and vice versa. But when he stepped out this time, the scale felt wrong. The head and shoulders of the figure seemed just a little larger in the frame of that corridor. The stride looked slightly longer, the footfalls landing with the confidence of someone closing in. There was something purposeful in the way the body angled itself, not just crossing now, but aligning, facing. I had the sickening impression that we were watching a line being drawn on a map, each crossing of those gaps, a point in a straight path, leading toward a destination that had been chosen well in advance. He moved through the new opening, closer to us now, or at least it felt that way, and vanished behind another trunk swallowed up by the grid. I realized my fingers were numb from how hard I was gripping the sill. Eli's shoulder was pressed against mine, both of us locked there in front of the glass like we were pinned. The corridors between the pines looked exactly the same as they had all night. Snow trunks, shadows. Nothing had changed. Everything had changed. The third time he stepped into that gap, I realized he wasn't just walking. He was lining himself up like he'd finally decided exactly where he wanted to go next. The next time he stepped into the gap, he didn't just cross it. He turned his head and looked straight at us. I don't know how I knew that. From that distance in that washed-out moonlight, I couldn't see eyes or features. His face was nothing but a darker blur on top of a long, dark body. But there was something unmistakable in the way his shoulders squared, the way his head tilted up toward the house, toward the bright rectangle of our living room window. It felt like a line had just connected us 2 points on a map, finally acknowledging each other. For one long second, he stood there in the open corridor between the pines, framed perfectly between two trunks. Snow underfoot, black trees behind that dark figure in the middle facing us. And then he started running. There was no hesitation, no looking over his shoulder, no sense that he cared whether anyone saw him or not. One moment he was standing there, and the next his body pitched forward into a sprint, arms, pumping legs, eating up the distance toward the house. He didn't lope or stumble the way you'd expect on uneven ground. His stride was smooth and efficient, like he'd done this 1,000 times, like he knew exactly where every root and dip and rock was along the way. My brain didn't process it in words. It reacted in pure, blind animal panic. I lunged backward so fast my heel caught on the edge of the rug. The next thing I knew, I was crashing into the coffee table. The stack of magazines and the TV remote went flying, skidding across the floor. A half-empty glass we'd forgotten to put in the kitchen tipped over, sending cold water across the wood. Eli jerked away from the window at the same time, his shoulder slamming into mine. We collided, tumbled blankets tangling around our legs. The sudden smash of my elbow hitting the floor rang up my arm and into my teeth. For half a second I thought I was screaming, but all that came out was a strangled, breathless noise. My throat had closed up. It felt like trying to yell under 30 feet of water. My mind was moving faster than my body, racing ahead to images of that dark shape, breaking the tree line, crossing the yard, rounding the posts under the house, and being right there under the window, under me. Every horror story I'd ever told myself about someone standing in the rows between the pines lined up with what I'd just seen and snapped into focus. He's coming here. He's coming to the window. I scrambled on hands and knees, palms slipping in the spilled water, and managed to get my feet under me. My heart felt like it was punching bruises into the inside of my chest. Eli was gasping, eyes huge, trying to untangle himself from the blanket that had wrapped around his ankles. "Dad!" I heard myself yell. It came out high and cracked. Dad. The word felt small in the big room, but it shot up the staircase like a flare. The house had that weird acoustics old houses get empty spaces that carry sound in strange ways. My shout hit the stairwell and echoed, layering over itself, "Dad, Dad, Dad." For one horrible moment, there was no answer. Just the sound of my own pulse roaring in my ears and the furnace humming like it didn't understand the emergency. Then above us, something slammed. A bed, a door, The floorboards shuddered, as if someone had jumped out of bed in a single motion. Footsteps pounded across the ceiling overhead, heavy, decisive impacts that shook dust from the rafters. Each one sounded like a hammer hitting the bones of the house. "Dad!" I yelled again, voice breaking. The footsteps hit the top of the stairs and started down fast. Not the careful, half-asleep shuffle of someone feeling their way in the dark, but a controlled charge like he already knew exactly where he was going and why. Eli stumbled to his feet beside me. We both instinctively backed away from the window toward the hallway, our eyes still flicking to that exposed edge of glass, even though we couldn't see anything now except our own reflections and the drooping sheet. My chest felt tight, too small for the amount of air I was trying to pull in. My brain kept trying to do math. It wasn't equipped for how far away he'd been, how fast he'd been running, how many seconds it would take him to reach the house. If he was running at us, he could already be. "Get away from the window," my father's voice snapped. He appeared at the bottom of the stairs like he'd been dropped there, hair wild, eyes wide awake in a way that said he'd been ripped out of sleep and straight into fight mode. He was wearing a t-shirt and boxer shorts, no socks, no shoes. In his hands, held low but ready, was the shotgun he kept in the closet by the front door. I'd grown up with that gun in the house. It was part of the background present, but mostly invisible. For farm use, he always said. Coyotes, rabid raccoons, the occasional snake that got too brave. I'd never seen him hold it like that before. He took one look at our faces. Whatever we were broadcasting must have been bad, and then his eyes cut to the window. I half expected him to roll them, to tell us it was a dream or a deer or our imaginations playing tricks. That's what parents do in these stories, right? They dismiss it. They reassure you. They make jokes about horror movies and night terrors. He didn't do any of that. His jaw clenched. The muscles in his forearms tightened where they wrapped around the gun stock. I watched his expression change in real time, from confusion to calculation to something hard and ugly, fear pressed into anger. "What did you see?" he asked, not looking away from the glass. "Someone out there," Eli blurted, "in the trees. He was walking back and forth, and then he just started running. Straight at us." My voice joined his. "Dad, the dogs were going crazy, and then they just stopped, and then this guy." "That's enough," Dad said, not unkindly, but with an edge that shut my mouth automatically. He had that look he got when a tractor belt snapped, or a storm was coming in faster than the forecast said, a look that said we were out of discussion mode and firmly in fix-it-now mode. He took 2 quick steps toward the front door, the shotgun angled slightly downward, but muzzle already drifting toward the outdoors. The front door sat just off the living room on the same side as the window. From there, he'd be able to see part of the yard and some of the closest rows. "Stay back," he snapped over his shoulder. "Both of you, away from the glass." We obeyed without thinking, retreating to the middle of the room. I could feel Eli shaking next to me, his shoulder brushing mine. My own legs felt like they were made of rubber bands, and electricity bouncing me between wanting to run and being unable to move. Dad flipped the deadbolt with a loud clack, then eased the door open just enough to slide the barrel of the shotgun through the gap. Cold air knifed into the warm living room, bringing with it the smell of snow and pine and something else. Wet dog, maybe. The faint hint of disturbed earth. I watched the muscles in his forearms jump as he settled the gun into his shoulder. His stance shifted, one bare foot sliding forward on the threshold. From my angle, I couldn't see what he was seeing outside. Just the rigid line of his back and the way his head turned, slightly scanning. When he spoke, his voice was louder than I'd ever heard it. It didn't sound like Dad's voice. It sounded like an entirely different man, one who'd made up his mind about exactly what he was willing to do. "If you come any closer," he shouted into the dark, "I will shoot." The words rang out across the yard, across the pine rows, bounced off the trunks, and came back in fragments. "I will shoot, shoot, shoot." He took a breath, squared his shoulders even more. "Get the hell off my property," he bellowed. Silence swallowed the words as soon as they left him, but their echo seemed to hang in the room, vibrating in the air between us and the door. My skin prickled. We all waited, my dad in the doorway with the gun, Eli and I rooted to the living room floor, the huge window spilling our light out into the maze of trees. No answer came back, not in words. But that didn't make me feel any safer. Nothing answered my father. No crack of underbrush from someone turning tail and running. No muttered apology. No smart-ass comment back from the dark. Just the wind in the tops of the pines, that low highway sound, and the soft ticking of the heater behind us. He stayed in the doorway anyway. For a few seconds, he held the shotgun at his shoulder, braced and ready, like he expected something to burst into range. Then slowly, he eased the butt down, letting the barrel dip a few inches, but he didn't lower it all the way. He stepped out onto the porch, bare feet, whispering against the cold boards, and let the door hang partly open behind him. "Lock it," he said quietly, not turning around. I moved without thinking, pressing the deadbolt with a trembling thumb. The latch slid back into place with a muted clack, the door now caught on the chain alone. That narrow strip of open air between the frame and the door felt like a wound in the house, raw and exposed. From where Eli and I stood, we could see Dad's silhouette framed against the yard, broad shoulders, t-shirt fluttering slightly in the draft. He shifted his weight, took a few steps to the left along the porch, then back again, his eyes never leaving the tree line. He moved like someone on a job site, checking angles, scanning for movement. There was no pretense now. No, it's probably nothing. Whatever he saw or thought he saw in that first glance out the window had flipped a switch. Eli finally exhaled beside me, the breath shaking. "What do we do?" he whispered. "Get away from the glass," Dad said again, sharper this time. "Now, move the couch." We jumped to obey. The long couch that had once looked so inviting under the window suddenly felt radioactive. We grabbed it at both ends, fingers digging into the worn fabric, and dragged it across the hardwood, the feet squealing against the boards. The sound made both of us flinch. It felt too loud in the quiet house, like we were broadcasting our position to the entire forest. We hauled it closer to the center of the room, angling it, so that if you sat on it, your back would be to the kitchen instead of the glass. The love seat followed, scooted around, until it formed a rough L shape with the bigger couch. Our makeshift sleeping area shifted away from the window by 6-7 feet. It wasn't much, but it felt like we'd tugged ourselves a little further out of the spotlight. The TV, still dark, sat against the opposite wall. I grabbed the remote off the floor where it had fallen and turned it on, keeping the volume low. Some late-night rerun flickered to life, canned laughter spilling into the room like audio wallpaper. The glow from the screen painted everything in faint, shifting blue. It didn't make me feel better. It just made the silence between the laughs feel deeper. Out of habit, my eyes kept darting back to the window. The sheet we'd taped up earlier hung limp now, its bottom corners curling inward. On either side, the uncovered glass showed us the world outside in high contrast. Pale snow, dark trunks, the same straight corridors we'd grown up with. The moonlight reflected off the snow and bounced back up, hitting the underside of the branches and the lower parts of the trunks. That meant anything moving at ground level would show up as a shadow moving through light. In theory, it should have made spotting things easier. In practice, it turned every small motion into a question mark. A branch sagged under the weight of snow, and then sprang back when some of it fell off. At the edge of my vision, that looked exactly like someone ducking behind a tree. A gust of wind sent a swirl of powder drifting between two rows. For a heartbeat, it was a figure gliding across the corridor. Nothing, I muttered to myself. It's nothing. I didn't believe it. Out on the porch, Dad shifted again. He wasn't standing perfectly still. He was pacing in a short line, maybe 10 feet back and forth, shotgun always angled toward the pines. Every few passes, he'd pause, lean forward a fraction, and squint like something had caught his eye. I tried to imagine what he was seeing. The yard, the first line of trees, maybe the beginning of the second row if the angle was right. The places where the moonlight hit and where it didn't. The heater kicked on behind us with its usual click and whoosh. Normally that sound meant warmth, comfort, another night of everyone under the same roof. Tonight, it just meant there was one more noise between us and whatever might be creeping closer. Eli had sunk down onto the newly positioned couch, knees pulled up to his chest blanket wrapped around him like a cocoon. His eyes were locked on the front door and the sliver of night beyond it. "You're sure it was a person?" he asked suddenly, voice small. I didn't know how to answer that. "I saw legs," I said. "Arms. The way he moved." "Yeah, I'm sure." I left out the part about how uncomfortably smooth that movement had been. My brain had already filed it under things to not think about right now. The show on TV kept going, characters arguing and making jokes that landed in the room like pebbles tossed into the ocean. Their laughter track felt obscene and meaningless, a noise for people in places where the outside world wasn't 12 inches of glass away. Time went gooey. Minutes stretched and slid past, indistinct. Sometimes the furnace would cut off, and the room would get just cool enough that the hairs on my arms lifted. Sometimes the fridge in the kitchen would kick on and off. We'd hear a car on the highway miles away, the faint wash of its tires against pavement floating in through the walls. Every noise had an explanation. Every noise also sounded like footsteps if your brain was primed for it. A branch fell somewhere out in the rows, hitting other branches on the way down. My heart leapt into my throat, pulse pounding in my ears. It took a full 10 seconds of sitting absolutely still, listening for follow-up movement, before I let myself breathe again. Somewhere far off, a vehicle downshifted engine growling a little louder as it climbed a hill. For a split second, my mind turned it into a growl from something much nearer, something with breath and teeth, before the logic snapped back into place. We were tuned in to fear, and once you were on that station, every sound came through the same filter. At one point in the blur of the night, I turned my head back toward the glass and saw something that made my stomach twist. Out of the corner of my eye, just at the extreme right edge of my vision, where the bare glass met the dark wall, I caught a flicker of movement. Not big, not dramatic, just a brief vertical shadow sliding along the border of light and dark, like someone moving just outside the edges of a spotlight. A shoulder, maybe. The curve of a head. There and gone so fast I wouldn't have been able to describe it if my life depended on it. I snapped my head toward it, heart slamming, eyes wide. The window showed me what it had shown me all night: snow trees, empty corridors. The reflection of our living room overlaying it, Eli on the couch. The TV's blue light, the open front door with my father's silhouette in it. There was nothing there. I stared for a long time, willing the shadow to return, wanting proof that I hadn't imagined it, and simultaneously praying that I had. Eventually, I said very quietly, "Dad," he didn't look back. "Yeah, I thought I swallowed." Saying it out loud felt like giving it weight. I thought I saw something move. By the right side of the window, he froze for half a second, then took 3 quick steps further along the porch, changing his angle. The barrel of the shotgun tracked with his eyes pointing toward where I'd indicated. From my side of the glass, I could see the muscles in his jaw flex as he clenched it. What kind of something, he asked. I don't know. A shadow. A person. I hated how unsure I sounded. Might have been nothing. I only saw it for a second. I expected him to say exactly that, it was nothing. Instead, he said, "You see it again, you tell me." Right away. Got it. Yeah, I whispered. The wind picked up, rattling the bare branches higher up. The sound roared briefly and then dropped off again to a hush, like the forest was taking a deep breath. After what felt like an hour but was probably 20 minutes, Dad stepped back into the doorway and pulled the door closed. The chain slipped out of place. The deadbolt thunked home again under his hand. He stayed there for a moment, one palm pressed flat against the wood, as if feeling for any tremor, any signal from outside. Then he turned back to us. His face looked older than it had that afternoon. Fine lines I'd never noticed stood out around his eyes. The knuckles on his right hand were white where they gripped the shotgun. "No one is sleeping in that room tonight," he said. He didn't wait for us to argue. He didn't ask if we were okay with it or if we were scared. It wasn't a question. It was a verdict. "You two grab your blankets and pillows. We're going upstairs. We'll figure out all of this in the morning." Eli was off the couch before Dad finished speaking, already yanking his blanket around his shoulders, scooping up his pillow with one hand, like he thought it might vanish if he left it. I grabbed mine too, fingers fumbling with the fabric eyes, flicking one last time to the long window. In that moment, with the TV's light bouncing off it and the lamp throwing a warm glow across the bottom edge, it looked almost benign. Just glass. Just a view of our land. A feature of the house that realtors would probably hype up as breathtaking. I couldn't stop picturing a face in it. Dad turned out the lamp, plunging the living room into deeper shadow. The TV he left on the sound barely audible, now the moving light a weak distraction. It felt like leaving a sacrificial fire burning in front of the glass, a decoy for anything that might still be watching. He herded us toward the stairs, shotgun still in hand, every few steps, glancing back over his shoulder, as if he expected to see someone pressed against the outside of the window, peering in. We went up together, all three of us, leaving the long window behind, on the stilt side of the house, still facing its neat rows of pines. We shut ourselves in my parents' bedroom, the door locked, the curtains drawn. The heater hummed. The mattress dipped under our combined weight, as we all lay there fully clothed, no one pretending to sleep. Downstairs, unseen but very much present, that 50-foot pane of glass stared out into the pine maze. If anything moved between those trees the rest of the night, we didn't see it. That didn't mean it wasn't there. Morning didn't feel like morning. The light that seeped into my parents' bedroom was thin and colorless, the kind of gray that makes it impossible to tell what time it is without looking at a clock. My eyes felt raw, like I hadn't really closed them all night, just pressed them shut and waited. At some point, the heater cycled off and stayed off, and the room took on that faint chill that comes right before dawn. I could hear the faint tick of the baseboard warming and cooling, the little noises of the house settling. Beside me, Eli lay stiff as a board on top of the covers, his eyes open, staring at nothing. Dad had dozed in the chair by the door with the shotgun across his lap, but every tiny noise made his head jerk up again. Eventually, he checked his watch, squinted, and exhaled. "Stay here," he said, voice rough. "I'm just going to look." He left the shotgun propped against the dresser and cracked the bedroom door. The light from the hallway spilled in, then narrowed to a sliver as he pulled it almost shut behind him. I heard his bare feet pad down the short hall, then the faint clunk of the stairs under his weight. I couldn't lie there anymore. After maybe 10 seconds, I slid off the bed and followed Eli right behind me. We moved together without talking, socked feet, whisper quiet on the floor. By the time we reached the upstairs landing, Dad was already in the living room. The long window looked frosted from the inside. Overnight, the warm air in the house had met the cold glass and left a filmy layer of condensation across most of it, turning our view into a blurred watercolor of whites and grays. The sheet we'd taped up had fallen halfway down on one side. One drooping corner hung limp tape peeled loose, adding to the sense that the room had been disturbed while we weren't looking. Dad stood a few feet back from the glass arms, folded jaw working. Even through the misted pane, I could tell there was no obvious figure out there. No dark shape standing at the edge of the trees. No car in the drive. Just the pale smudge of snow and the vague vertical streaks of trees beyond. He stepped closer and lifted his hand, pressing his palm flat to the inside of the window. Then he dragged it sideways, leaving a clear streak in the condensation. Cold radiated off the glass, even through the barrier. He peered through the cleared strip. I came up beside him and did the same, wiping my own small oval in the fog. Eli joined us, his hand trembling slightly as he smeared the moisture away. From inside, the yard looked normal. Gray sky low and heavy. A thin crust of snow on the ground, patchy in places where the grass was higher or the dirt had been disturbed. The pine rows stood in their usual silent order, the corridors between them chalked out in pale lines. No footprints were visible from this angle. If there were any, they were too fine or too far away to pick up without a better vantage. "It's just," the same Eli murmured, as if that in itself was suspicious. Dad didn't answer. I could see the muscle ticking in his cheek in the reflection on the glass, his eyes tracking slowly across the tree line. A beat passed. Then he made a decision. "Get dressed," he said. "Both of you. We're going outside." The air that hit us when he opened the front door was a slap. The cold had a sharp edge to it, the kind that goes right through jeans and into your bones. My breath puffed out in little white clouds. The sky above the pines was a flat sheet of pale steel, no real sun, just a general brightness that made the snow hurt to look at. I pulled my coat tighter around me and shoved my hands in my pockets. Eli zipped his jacket all the way up to his chin, shoulders hunched. Dad had thrown on an old work coat over his t-shirt and jeans. The shotgun was back in his hands, held barrel up his finger, nowhere near the trigger, but ready all the same. The smell outside was a mix of wet pine and cold dirt, and the faint, comforting hint of wood smoke drifting from our own chimney. The dogs were nowhere in sight. That bothered me more than I wanted to admit. We started at the front porch, scanning the immediate area. There were prints in the snow, but most of them were ours familiar patterns, where we walked from the truck to the door, from the house to the barn, from the barn around the side. Dog tracks overlapped them, messy and exuberant, looping around in crazy arcs. "Start at the road," Dad said quietly. "Work your way in. Look for anything fresh." We stepped off the porch and onto the crunching snow. The cold immediately bled through the soles of my boots. The three of us fanned out a little eyes down tracing paths in the powder. At first, it all blurred together. Old prints partly filled in. Melted impressions where the snow had been disturbed days ago. Scratches where a rake had been dragged or a wheelbarrow had cut through. I felt stupid and exposed at the same time, walking slow circles in the yard while the trees watched. "There," Eli said. He pointed toward the edge of the yard, where the mowed grass thinned and gave way to the natural floor of needles and dirt under the first row of pines. In a small drift of more undisturbed snow, there was a line of boot prints, sharper, cleaner than the rest, cutting across at an angle from the tree line toward the house. These weren't our work boots. The tread was different, more tightly spaced, more defined. The stride looked wrong for us somehow. Longer, maybe, or just unfamiliar. Dad stepped closer, crouched down, and studied one of them. He didn't touch it. His eyes narrowed. "Not ours," he said. I swallowed. The prints started at the rims of the trees just beyond the first trunks, at a place where the ground stayed shaded most of the day. There was a faint scuffing there, like someone had stood before stepping out. The line of prints led in toward the house. "Looks like he came from the rows," Eli whispered. I wasn't sure if he meant the one we'd seen running or something else. I didn't ask. We followed the line in. As we got closer to the house, something else caught my eye. "Wait," I said. "Look at this." Beside the line we'd been tracking, offset by maybe a foot, was another set of prints. Smaller, but not by much. A few shoe sizes down. The tread pattern was similar, but not identical. The spacing of the marks suggested a slightly shorter stride. Two people, walking side by side, or nearly so, coming out of the woods toward our front yard. They weren't alone, I said. Eli's eyes darted between the two tracks, his breath fogging fast. "You sure that second one's not yours?" "My boots have a split tread on the heel," I said automatically, glancing down at my feet to confirm what I already knew. "These don't." Dad's mouth thinned. He didn't waste time speculating. He just followed the twin tracks as they approached the house. They didn't go to the front door. Instead, they veered around the side toward the stilted wall where the living room jutted out over the earth like a box on legs. We rounded the corner with them, the house looming above us. From this angle, the long window looked different than it did inside. It sat high above our heads, starting maybe 7 or 8 feet off the ground, running in one continuous stripe along the wall. The lower half of the wall was plain siding and support beams. Above that, glass. Right below that glass, beneath the two exposed edges the sheet hadn't covered, the snow was churned. At the far left end of the window, directly under the portion that had been bare, there was a rough circle of overlapping footprints. The snow there was packed down and scuffed the edges of individual prints, blurred where one had been placed on top of another. It looked like someone had stood in that spot for a while, shifting their weight, taking half steps forward or back, turning slightly. At the far right end, under the other exposed flank of glass, there was another circle just like it. I stopped dead. The rest of the yard held lines of movement paths going from one place to another. These were different. These were stations, places where feet had gone down again and again in almost the same configuration each time. As I pictured the window from the inside, the big expanse of glass with the sheet in the middle and the dark gaps on either side, a cold realization slid into place. "Come here," Dad said, his voice quieter now. He stepped right up to the wall as close as he could get, without brushing against the siding, and tilted his head back to look up at the window. From where he stood, I couldn't see his face. I moved to his side and did the same. From down there, pressed under the eave right against the siding, the window frame formed a ledge of darkness above you. The glass was high enough and angled in such a way that anyone inside, standing or sitting in the lit room, wouldn't be able to see you if you hugged the wall. Their sightline would hit the yard, then the trees skipping over the narrow strip of ground directly beneath. But from that position, if you tipped your head back just a little, you could see in. Not all the way. Not the whole room. But enough. You'd catch a slice, someone on the couch, the glow of the TV, the lamplight on the carpet. Shapes moving. Faces turned toward the glass, peering out into the night, never knowing you were right below them looking up. My stomach flipped. While we were at the window, I said slowly, they were at the wall. Eli made a small, strangled noise behind me. I pictured us from last night, two kids pressed to the glass, eyes wide, scanning the rows, searching for movement out there in the dark. And here, just a few feet below, two strangers, shuffling in their own little circles, testing spots, figuring out exactly where to stand so they could see us without being seen. The image stuck in my head with perfect clarity up there, our faces framed in lamplight. Down here, just out of sight, two upturned faces watching back. Dad stepped out of the circle of prints and followed the tracks away from the house back toward the trees. The shotgun hung in his hands, not raised but ready. "Stay here," he said, without looking back. He moved at a steady pace, not quite a run, but faster than a normal walk, boots crunching in the snow. We watched as he crossed the yard and entered the first row, the shadows of the trunks swallowing him bit by bit. The tracks led him maybe 20-30 yards into the woods, weaving between the pines. But the further he went, the patchier the snow became. Underneath the thicker branches, the ground was more needles and bare earth than white. Before long, the clear prints broke apart into faint scuffs and then disappeared altogether. He stood there for a moment, a dark shape among other dark shapes, looking for a continuation that wasn't there. Then he turned and came back slower this time. He didn't say they're gone now or probably just kids. He didn't say anything reassuring at all. When he reached us, he just shook his head once, a tight little motion, and looked up at the window again. That night, after the sun went down and the pines became nothing more than a suggestion beyond the glass, he brought home curtains. Heavy, dark ones, thick fabric that looked like something you'd see in a hotel more than a farmhouse. He installed a proper rod above the window, the metal brackets biting into the wall with a drill's whine, and hung them with his jaw clenched, the set of his shoulders, saying he'd already decided this was non-negotiable. When he pulled them closed for the first time, the living room changed. The reflection disappeared. The outside disappeared. We were cut off from the pine maze completely. No more feeling like we were on a stage. Mom said it made the room cozier. Eli agreed, or at least pretended to. Dad stood there staring at the dark fabric for a long time, then turned away without comment. I tried to sleep on the couch again a few nights later, just to prove to myself that things were normal, that the curtains had fixed it. They didn't. If anything, they made it worse. Lying there in the dim glow of the TV, that wall of fabric felt less like protection and more like a blindfold someone else had tied. Before, if something moved out there, I at least had the chance, a thin, fragile chance, to spot it. To see a shadow between the trunks, a figure in a gap, a shape crossing the yard. Now I couldn't see anything. Whoever had been out there that night running toward our house and then standing in those two circles under the window, shifting their feet as they watched. They'd already learned exactly where to stand, so we couldn't see them. The curtains only made sure they'd never have to worry about being seen again. If I'd grown up anywhere else, maybe my happy place would have been a mall or some diner off the highway. For me, it was always the woods. I grew up just outside a small mountain town in the US. One of those places where the main street is 3 blocks long, the gas station sells bait and coffee, and everybody knows which pickup belongs to which family by the sound of the muffler. Our house sat a few miles out at the edge of a thick forest that wrapped around the hills like a dark green blanket. From my bedroom window, I could see the tree line. Beyond that, I knew were miles of pines and hardwoods, little creeks, rock outcrops, and if you knew how to get there, a small man-made lake tucked so deep in the woods, it always felt like it belonged to us. We called it the lake, like it was the only one on Earth. My dad helped build it before I was born, back when the county was experimenting with small reservoirs, and fire control water sources. It wasn't huge, nothing like the big touristy lake with the boat ramps and jet skis and rental cabins. This one didn't even have a sign. It was more like a wide, perfectly still pool anchored in the middle of the forest, with a narrow strip of rocky shoreline and a few bleached logs that had washed up over the years and decided to die there. The first time he took me, I was 8. I remember the way the air changed when we stepped under the trees, cooler, damper, more alive somehow. The way the sounds of the road faded into the background and were replaced by a layered chorus of birds and insects and running water. The way the lake opened up out of nowhere at the end of the walk, this glassy, unexpected mirror reflecting nothing but sky and green. From that day on, it became my place. Even as I got older, the routine never really changed. I'd leave the house, grab my keys from the hook by the door, and step out into our driveway, gravel crunching under my boots. The driveway fed into a narrow county road that snaked along the side of the mountain, dipping and curving through stands of trees and occasional breaks where you could see the valley far below. Driving that road became automatic after a while. I knew every bend, every pothole. In summer, the air would shimmer above the asphalt. In winter, fog would cling low to the ditches like someone had poured smoke into them. There were no streetlights, just the faded center line and the occasional mailboxes huddled in clusters where other dirt driveways branched off. The pull-off to get to the lake wasn't marked. There was no brown scenic overlook sign, no parking area, nothing. That was part of the magic. You had to know that at a certain point, just after a shallow curve where the guardrail dinged inward from some long-ago fender bender, there was a slightly wider patch of shoulder. If you weren't looking for it, you'd miss it. If you were looking for it, you'd slow down, flip your blinker on out of habit, even though there was rarely anybody behind you, and ease your car half off the road until the right tires settled into gravel. Kill the engine, and the world snapped into a different register. The ticking of cooling metal under the hood, the faint smell of hot oil and dust. A car might roar past every couple of minutes, wind buffeting the frame and rattling the windows as it went by. Then the quiet would settle again, deeper this time, because you knew that 6 feet to your right, the forest started. The tree line was right there, trunks rising straight up from a slope that seemed to swallow sound. There was no obvious trailhead, no wooden kiosk with a map and a faded "You Are Here" sticker. Just underbrush, ferns, vines, saplings, and the sensation that you were standing at the edge of a room you'd been invited into even if nobody else knew your name. I'd step out the door's thud, sounding too loud in the still air. Gravel popped as my boots shifted. The smell of exhaust faded quickly, replaced by damp earth and crushed leaves, the resinous tang of pine needles baking in the sunlight at the forest's edge. The road stretched away on my left and right, an empty strip of asphalt that occasionally hummed with distant engines. Behind me, my car. In front of me, the trees. Most people would look at that wall of green and think there's no way through. I knew better. There was a spot, a small break, where the scrub brushed back a little, where generations of deer and foxes and raccoons had slipped between the saplings to reach water. You had to push aside the underbrush duck under a branch and commit. After a few steps, the sounds of the road would dampen like someone had closed a door behind you. Inside, the light changed. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in broken shafts, spotlighting patches of moss and rock while leaving others in cool shadow. The air was a few degrees colder, and it carried that rich, layered smell you only get in old woods, wet bark, decaying leaves, something sweet and green underneath it all. If you knew where to look, you'd find the little stream. It wasn't much at first, just a thin ribbon of water stitching its way between rocks, talking to itself in soft gurgles. I'd follow the sound, until it widened enough to see clearly tumbling over small stones, catching glints of sky in its moving skin. Right beside it, barely visible unless you knew it was there, ran an animal trail. Not a human hiking path with blazes and worn dirt, but a faint depression where countless small hooves and paws had passed matting grass and pressing leaf litter into a suggestion of a line. This was the real start of the route. I'd fall into it without thinking, matching my steps to the narrow track. In some places, it hugged the stream so tightly that my toes would slip on wet rock, and I'd have to windmill my arms to keep from stepping straight into the water. In others, it veered away just enough to skirt fallen logs or clusters of briars, then curled back again, keeping that silver ribbon in sight. The sounds out there were simple and complicated at the same time. Bird calls echoing at different heights. The occasional dry crackle of something small moving through leaf litter. Water talking itself into the distance. My own breathing, my own footsteps, soft thuds and scratches on the dirt, the faint wheeze of my boots bending. Every once in a while, I'd stop, close my eyes, and just listen. Let my mind empty out into the background noise. Let whatever I'd brought with me, stress from school, weird interactions with people, the slow drip of small-town gossip, fall away. This path felt like ours. My dad showed it to me. My mom knew it. My little brother used to come part way with us when he was younger, hopping from rock to rock, and then demanding to be carried when he inevitably slipped. No one else ever did. That was the thing that made it special, the feeling that this was a secret route only our family had the map to. No trail markers, no trash, no boot prints that didn't match ours. Just the faint scuff of deer hooves, the heart-shaped impressions of their passing, and our sneaker or hiking boot tracks layered over them. As I got older and started going alone, that sense of ownership only grew. I'd walk for 20 minutes, 30, sometimes an hour, and never see another person. No distant voices, no barking dogs, no rustle of someone else's backpack. Just the forest, the water, and me. The first time I realized how unusual that was, I was a teenager. Most of the kids at my high school thought of the woods as background pretty to look at from the highway, annoying when the leaves clogged their gutters in fall. The idea of walking 2 hours in and 2 hours out just to sit by a quiet lake sounded insane to them. One girl asked me why I liked it so much, and I couldn't explain it in a way that made sense to her. "It just feels like mine," I said finally, and she laughed and said, "What you bought the trees, I didn't." Obviously. But there is a difference between being in a public park, where strangers can appear around any bend, and walking a route where for years, the only footprints you ever see belong to you or people you love. That's what the path to the lake was like. Private in a way that had nothing to do with property lines and everything to do with experience. We'd joke sometimes, my family and I, about being the only idiots who knew how to get there. My dad would say, "If anybody else ever finds this spot, we'll know they followed us." And we'd smile because the idea of a random hiker stumbling onto our little lake felt about as likely as a UFO landing in the Walmart parking lot. Before everything that happened, I can say this honestly. In all the years I walked that route, childhood through high school, and then coming home from college in the summers, I never saw another person in those woods. Not on the stream, not on the animal path, not at the lake, not once. It's a strangely intimate kind of bond, thinking you and your family are the only ones who ever set foot on a particular stretch of ground. You start to move through it a certain way. You let your guard down. You stop imagining having to share it, or defend it, or explain it. You stop imagining it could ever be invaded. So when the horror finally showed up, it didn't just scare me. It felt like someone had broken into a room inside my head I'd always assumed was locked. The summer after my first year of college, the woods felt like a reward I'd earned. 9 months of fluorescent lecture halls, crowded dorm hallways, and the constant white noise of other people's lives had worn me down in ways I didn't really understand until I came home. Suddenly, there were stars again. Actual darkness at night. Quiet that wasn't just a pause between sirens. I think that's why the lake called to me almost immediately. My parents didn't bat an eye when I told them where I was going. I came into the kitchen in shorts and a faded camp t-shirt, hair pulled into a messy knot, my little day pack slung over one shoulder. My mom was at the stove, my dad reading something on his phone at the table. "Going to the lake," I said, grabbing a granola bar and a bottle of water off the counter. I shouldn't be back too late. Mom glanced at the clock. "You remember what time sunset is?" "Yeah, I checked," I said. "I'll turn around way before that. Promise." Dad didn't even look up. "You taking the stream in?" As opposed to the non-existent road, I shot back. He snorted. "All right. Text if anything weird happens." "Nothing weird ever happens," I said, and that was true up to that point. They knew the route as well as I did. They knew how many times I'd walked it without incident. "Out here, be careful" usually meant watch your footing near the slick rocks and don't twist your ankle in a groundhog hole. The idea that anything more serious could happen in those woods just didn't live in our heads. The day was almost offensively beautiful. Sky a deep, high blue. A few thin clouds drifting like someone had brushed white paint across the horizon. The heat hadn't fully settled in yet, so the air still had a coolness to it, the kind that made you feel awake instead of drained. The drive down the county road felt like sliding back into an old song. Gravel popped under my tires as I pulled out of the driveway. The roadside wildflowers were in full bloom, purple clover flashes of yellow, those tall, spiky things I've never learned the name of, swaying like they were waving me on. I rolled the window down and let the air pour in. It smelled like cut grass and dust and pine with a faint undertone of something sweet from a nearby honeysuckle bush. When I drove past the little turnout where the school bus used to stop, I could almost see my younger self standing there with a backpack counting the seconds until I could be back in the trees. The pull-off near the forest came sooner than I expected. My body knew the timing even if my brain had been elsewhere. I slowed, checked the rear view out of habit, no one behind me, and eased the car over until the right side dipped off the pavement onto the uneven shoulder. Engine off. Key out. The sudden absence of mechanical sound made the cicadas and birds seem twice as loud. I sat there for a second, just listening. A car rushed past in the opposite lane, wind buffeting my little hatchback. Then another. Then nothing for a while. I could feel the forest staring a dark green wall just beyond the guardrail. When I stepped out, the ground under my boots shifted from asphalt grit to small, loose gravel crunching with each step. The morning sun was warm on my bare arms, but a cool breath of air slipped out from under the trees, brushing my skin like fingers. The smell changed the instant I reached the tree line. Road and exhaust fell away, replaced by damp soil, old leaves, and moss. It's a smell you don't get in town, no matter how many parks they plant. I pushed through the familiar gap in the underbrush palm, brushing aside ferns, thorns snagging briefly at my shorts before letting go. Within a few steps, the slope underfoot softened leaves and pine needles, cushioning the sound of my footfalls. Light fractured into 100 small pieces as it filtered through the canopy overhead. The stream made its presence known before I saw it. First, as a sound, a soft, steady murmuring ahead like someone whispering to themselves behind a door. Then, as flashes of reflected light between the trees. Finally, it appeared around a bend, a narrow band of clear water slipping over dark rocks, sunlight catching on its ripples. I breathed in deeper, filling my lungs with air that felt cleaner than anything I'd gotten in the city. My shoulders unclenched without my permission. I hadn't realized how hunched they'd been until they weren't. The animal trail waited where it always did, a faint thread of flattened vegetation alongside the stream. I stepped into it, like stepping into a well-worn pair of shoes, my boots finding the places where other feet had tread before. My little backpack rode light between my shoulder blades, just a water bottle, that granola bar, a small flashlight, and my phone tucked in the front pocket. No tent, no extra clothes. This wasn't that kind of outing. This was a few hours' escape. The woods were loud and quiet at the same time. Water chuckled over stones. Small rocks rolled occasionally under the current, making hollow clicks. Insects droned, some high, some low, like someone had turned on several different white noise machines at once. Birds traded calls overhead, sharp chirps, longer whistles, the occasional harsh scolding from something with a nest nearby. As I walked, the sun moved in and out of the canopy, stripes of warmth crossing my face and arms. I could smell damp moss where it clung to rocks and tree roots, the faint metallic tang of wet stone. Every now and then, my boot would splash through a shallow section of the stream, and cold water would seep briefly through the fabric before my body heat chased it away. My mind loosened. The constant stack of to-do lists and obligations slid into the background. Out there, it was just me, the path, and the destination I knew waited ahead. That's why when I heard the bell, it took me a second to realize what it was. I was maybe 45 minutes into the walk, in a stretch where the stream narrowed and deepened, the banks steep on either side. The trees pressed closer here, their roots exposed and tangled, where the water had eaten away at the dirt. My thoughts were somewhere else, entirely half on the lake, half on nothing in particular, when a sound slipped into the edges of my awareness. A single clear chime. It was faint, distant, so soft that if the wind had been louder or the birds more insistent, I might have missed it. The tone was higher than a church bell, lower than the little decorative ones people hang on porches. It rang once and then faded into the background. I stopped mid-step, one foot on a flat rock, the other still on the trail. The woods didn't change around me. The water still ran. The insects still hummed. A bird somewhere overhead scolded something it didn't like. The air on my face felt the same. I stood there and listened. For a long moment, there was nothing but the usual sounds. I was just about to chalk it up to my imagination, a creak, a bird call, something ordinary, that my brain had turned into something else when the bell rang again. Not once this time. Several times. Short, irregular bursts, like someone holding a handbell and giving it random little shakes. Ching, 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 ching. It was coming from ahead of me, further up the stream. Deep in the trees. Not from the road. Not from behind me. I turned instinctively, checking over my shoulder, then back again. No one on the trail. No one on the opposite bank. Just the green, the rocks, the moving water. I tried to fit it into something that made sense. A dog maybe with one of those bells on its collar so hunters could hear it in the brush. We had those around here. But it sounded bigger than that. Fuller. Not the cheap, tinny jingle you get from a little ball inside a thin shell of metal, but something more solid, like brass. I pictured one of those camp bells, the kind you see on porches or by farmhouse doors. Or one on a small boat maybe, though this stream was laughably too shallow to float anything bigger than a toy. Could someone have dropped one out here? Had it washed downstream, caught somewhere on a root or rock, and now the current was jostling it just right? The mental image was almost funny. Some random bell wedged between stones, ringing its heart out for nobody. Another series of chimes drifted through the trees. Closer this time, or maybe my ears had just tuned to it better. Still irregular, still with that oddly casual cadence, like whoever was ringing it, if it was a person, was doing it absent-mindedly. Not an alarm, not a signal. Just noise. It was broad daylight. The air was bright. The woods I knew like a second skin wrapped around me. Nothing in me screamed danger. There was no sudden tightening in my gut, no sense of being watched. Just a weird sound and my own curiosity. If anything, the bell made me feel less alone out there. The idea that maybe someone else somewhere upstream was walking their own hidden route made the forest feel briefly shared in a good way. Probably a dog, I said out loud, just to hear my voice. It sounded small in the trees. I shifted my pack, rolled my shoulders, and kept walking. The bell kept up for a minute or two more, chiming in fits and starts. Sometimes there'd be a flurry of quick rings, then a pause. Sometimes just one hanging by itself for a breath before the woods swallowed it. Gradually, the sound began to fade. Each cluster of chimes seemed a little further away, slightly more swallowed by the distance and the layers of noise between us. My brain, satisfied with its guess dog river junk, something harmless, stopped tracking it so closely. At some point, without any clear last note, the bell simply stopped. The stream kept talking. The birds kept calling. Sunlight continued to slide through the trees and break on the water. I stepped from rock to rock, my boots leaving damp prints on the moss. By the time I realized I couldn't hear it anymore, I'd already decided it didn't matter. By the time the stream started to flatten out and widen, I knew I was getting close to the river. The banks here were broader, more open. The trees pulled back a little, letting longer spears of sunlight reach all the way down to the water. The air felt different, too cooler, with a faint breeze that carried the smell of something bigger moving nearby. When the stream joined the east-west river, the sound always changed from a murmur to a more constant low rush, like distant traffic. I was already thinking about that transition, about how many more bends there were before the convergence when I noticed it. Just ahead, on the left side of the stream, where the bank rose in a small mossy hump, something broke the smooth line of leaves and rocks. A shape that didn't belong. At first I thought it was just another stone. There were plenty of them, dark, rounded boulders that had worked their way free of the soil or rolled down from the hill above. But this wasn't quite right. The color was off, a flat, dull brown that didn't match any of the stone around it. And there was something about the outline, a kind of softness that made my brain catch. I slowed without meaning to my boots, crunching a little louder on the grit and damp leaves. The sound of the water filled the space where my thoughts should have been. The closer I got, the less it looked like a rock, and the more it looked like an animal lying on its side. A shiver skated down my spine. Dead animals weren't unusual out here. Things died in the woods all the time. Sometimes you'd stumble on a deer carcass or a pile of feathers where a hawk had eaten. But something about this felt wrong even before I knew why. I stepped up onto the bank, my boots sinking a little into the damp soil, and looked down. For a second, my brain refused to resolve what I was seeing. It was like staring at one of those optical illusion pictures, where you know there's an image hidden there, but you can't quite make it come forward. Then it clicked into place. It was a beaver, or most of one. The body was unmistakable, thick, compact, covered in coarse brown fur. The wide, flat tail lay out behind it, like a paddle, the leathery skin catching a bit of light. Its front legs were tucked close back, legs splayed slightly, as if it had just settled down and gone to sleep. Except there was no head. Where its neck should have been, there was a smooth, unnatural end. Not ragged, not torn, just cut. The fur stopped at a straight line, and below that the exposed edge of flesh and muscle was disturbingly neat, as if someone had run a very sharp blade through it in one clean motion. I'd seen what predators did to their prey. Coyotes, bobcats, even raccoons, they leave marks. Ragged tears, shredded fur stomachs opened in messy arcs. This wasn't that. There were no chewed edges, no signs of gnawing, no scattered tufts of fur or splashes of anything around it. Just a perfectly severed neck and a missing head. I realized I was holding my breath. I let it out slowly, the air trembling a little as it left my lungs. There was no heavy, sickening smell, yet no rot, no sweet, sour rot that clung to the back of your throat. Up close, the beaver just smelled faintly of wet fur and mud, which meant it hadn't been here long. Flies hadn't found it yet. Nothing had come to pick at it. The body still had a kind of fullness, like whatever life had been in it hadn't completely drained away into the ground. I reached out with the tip of my boot and nudged it very gently, not enough to roll it, just enough to test. The body shifted with a sluggish kind of weight fur sliding over muscles that hadn't stiffened yet. No rigidity, no brittleness. Recent, my brain supplied in the same calm, clinical voice it used for exam answers. Rigor mortis hasn't set in. Killed in the last few hours. Maybe less. My heart gave a hard, angry thump against my ribs as if it had just caught up. For a moment, all I could hear was the water, the stream whispering by at my feet, the faint, distant rush of the river ahead. My own pulse roaring in my ears. I looked around. The trees on either side of the stream stood where they always had trunks doing their slow, silent work. Moss clung to exposed roots. Branches shifted slightly in a breeze I couldn't feel yet. Sunlight pooled in certain spots and left others in shadow. There was no one there. But there had been not long ago someone or something with enough precision and strength to take a beaver's head cleanly and then leave the body here intact, uneaten. My mind flicked back unbidden to the bell. That odd, random chiming I'd heard earlier. The way it had seemed to drift down the stream from up ahead. The fact that I'd never heard anything like it in all the years I'd walked this path. I tried to picture a scenario where those two things, the bell and the decapitated beaver, weren't connected. It was hard. The bell had felt like a presence moving through the forest. This felt like the aftermath of a presence that had stopped, done something deliberate, and moved on. A knot tightened low in my stomach. For the first time that day, the woods didn't feel like mine. They felt like a room I'd walked into without knocking, realizing too late that someone else had been there all along, someone who didn't care if I saw what they'd done. I found myself slowly turning in a circle, scanning the trees, the underbrush, the spaces between trunks. My ears strained past the water sounds, hunting for any out-of-place rustle, any snap that could be more than just a squirrel or a bird. Nothing. Just the normal noises of a living forest. No bell, no voices, no footsteps. I could have turned back right then. A part of me wanted to. That tiny animal voice in the back of my mind was tugging at me, muttering, "Leave, leave, leave," in a tone that was almost embarrassed, like it knew how dramatic it sounded, and didn't care. But the rest of me, the larger, stubborn, rational part, pushed back. It was broad daylight. The sun was high enough that light still fell in patches all around me. I knew this route. I knew these woods. I wasn't miles from home in some foreign country. I was 45 minutes up a stream I'd been hiking since I was 8. There were a dozen explanations that weren't horror movie material. A trapper, maybe, who knew what they were doing and had started processing an animal and then been interrupted. Some weirdo kid with a hunting knife and a morbid streak. A sick predator, even though the clean cut argued against teeth. Nothing about the scene screamed immediate threat to me. Whoever had done this was gone. The beaver, for better or worse, was past caring. I swallowed, forcing my shoulders to drop from around my ears. "Okay," I said quietly, to no one in particular. "Okay. Someone else has been here. That's all?" The words sounded thin, but saying them helped. A little. I stepped over the body. My boot landed just past its back, careful not to graze it. As I passed, I tried not to look at the stump of its neck, but my eyes flicked to it anyway. That straight, too neat edge burned itself into my brain. The rest of the walk to the river felt slightly off-kilter. The sounds were the same, but now they seemed to come from further away, like the forest had moved a few inches back from me. The air felt heavier, the smell of damp earth sharper. Every time a branch shifted at the corner of my vision, my shoulders tensed. Still, my feet kept moving. Habit carried me forward across familiar logs and around familiar bends until the stream merged into the wider, louder river. The rush of water there always impressed me, a heavier, more insistent sound that told your body you were near something bigger. I turned left, fell into the rhythm of walking alongside the riverbank. 20 minutes, give or take, and the lake emerged from the trees like it always did, a still glassy oval reflecting the sky. It looked exactly like my memory of it. In that first instant, standing at the edge with my backpack still on my breath, caught for all the old reasons. The quiet, the space, the feeling that I was far from everything that complicated my life. I sat down on a flat rock near the shore, feeling the cool stone through the seat of my shorts. I set my pack beside me, unscrewed my water bottle, and took a long drink. The air stirred across the lake, sending tiny ripples across the surface, distorting the upside-down trees. I tried to reset. I told myself this was why I'd come to sit here, to let my head empty out, to let the constant hum of other people's needs fall away. I watched a dragonfly hover and dart its wings, catching the light. I listened to a fish break the surface somewhere out in the middle and then vanish again. A bird called once, twice, then was quiet. On the surface, it was perfect. Underneath, my mind kept looping back to that beaver's neck, to the way the cut had looked, not jagged or messy, but clinical almost, to the limp weight of the body when I nudged it, to the absence of smell, to the bell ringing somewhere ahead of me and then going silent. No matter how many times I focused on the lake, on the trees, on the sky, that image kept sliding in at the edges of my thoughts. A headless animal on the bank of a stream, the line of its fur cut off like someone had taken an eraser to it. For the first time in all the years I'd come here, the lake didn't feel like a place I was escaping to. It felt like a place I'd reached after walking past a message I couldn't yet read. A week later, the woods didn't feel like a reward anymore. They felt like a dare. I spent the days after finding the headless beaver trying to talk myself out of how much it had gotten under my skin. I told myself it was just an animal, just something weird that happens in nature. Just one of those things you stumble on in the woods that you don't have a neat answer for. I went through the motions at home, helped with dishes, answered my mom's questions about classes, nodded along to my dad's stories about some guy from town. On the surface, everything looked normal. Underneath, my brain kept replaying that clean-cut neck. By the 7th day, I was restless in a way that felt almost physical. I paced from my bedroom to the kitchen and back. I scrolled my phone without absorbing anything. The woods were right there, just beyond the road, like a word on the tip of my tongue. If I didn't go back, it would mean I was afraid. Not just cautious, afraid of my own place. The one spot that had always made sense to me. I hated that idea more than I hated the image of the beheaded beaver. So I went. It was already evening when I decided. When I checked the time, the stove clock read 5:42 p.m. I grabbed my lightweight jacket from the back of a chair. my day pack from where I'd dropped it by the door the last time, and stuffed in a flashlight this time, without really thinking about the symbolism. My mom glanced up from the sink. "You headed out, just to the lake," I said. "Won't stay long." "Sunset's around 9 right about that," my dad answered from the table. He didn't look up from the paperwork he was scribbling on. "Storms in the forecast tonight, though. Don't cut it too close." "I won't," I lied. It was 6:00 p.m. when I turned off our driveway and onto the county road. The sky was still bright, but there was a haziness to the light now, a slight dullness at the edges that said the day was starting to wind down. Long shadows stretched across the asphalt from the trees lining the road. As I drove, I noticed a bank of darker clouds low on the horizon tucked just behind the ridgeline. They didn't look threatening yet, just a smear of charcoal in an otherwise pale blue sky, but they were enough to make me glance at them more than once. At the pull-off, I eased onto the shoulder, feeling the familiar dip under my right tires. When I killed the engine, the silence that flowed in felt different this time. Heavier. Even the birds seemed quieter, like they were waiting to see what the weather was going to do. The air had changed. It was still warm, but there was an extra weight to it now, a faint metallic tang that usually comes right before rain. The smell of hot asphalt mixed with damp leaves and pine sap. I slid my backpack on, tightened the straps, and stepped toward the trees. Inside the forest, the light dimmed almost immediately. Evening light under a canopy is different than full midday sun. It feels older somehow, less forgiving. Where last week the green had felt vibrant, now it felt muted, like someone had turned the saturation down. The stream still found me the same way first, as sound, then as glints of movement between trunks. When I reached it, the water was a little lower, the rocks more exposed. We'd had a few dry days in between. I moved quickly, falling into the rhythm of the animal trail. My boots made soft thuds on the damp earth, occasionally scraping on rock. Insects buzzed in their usual drone, but every now and then, something larger shifted in the underbrush, making my head snap around before I realized it was just a squirrel or a bird. About 10 minutes in a low rumble passed through the sky. It wasn't loud, not yet, more like somebody dragging a heavy chair across a long room very far away. It vibrated in my chest more than it did in my ears. I paused, looking up through the leaves, but the canopy blocked most of the sky. I could see patches of gray where the blue had been. "Really," I muttered. Now, a few minutes later, another rumble, slightly louder. This time when I looked up, I could see the clouds creeping in, darkening, thickening, blotting out the remaining warmth of the evening light. I could have turned back then. I didn't. Instead, I walked faster. The first raindrops came as random cold taps on my arms and neck. I told myself it would pass, that maybe it was one of those brief mountain showers that blow through in 10 minutes. The leaves above me intercepted some of it, but as the rain picked up, it started to find the gaps slipping through in little streaks of silver. The sound changed too. What had been forest quiet and water murmur became a layered patter. Fat drops hit the broad leaves with soft slaps. Smaller ones peppered the ground, turning dust into dark spots that merged into larger patches. The stream shrugged and accepted more water, its voice becoming a little more insistent. By the time I reached the stretch where I'd found the beaver the week before, the rain had turned steady. Not a full downpour yet, but enough that my hair was damp and small rivulets were starting to form on the path. I saw the shape on the bank even before my brain registered what it was. Same spot. Same unnatural bulge breaking the line of moss and stone. For a weird split second, I had the irrational hope that the beaver would be gone, that some scavenger or predator had come in the interim and taken it away, leaving nothing but disturbed earth and maybe a few scraps of fur. It was still there, The body lay in the exact position I remembered, fur darkened now by a week of exposure and the rain soaking into it. The flat tail, the tucked front legs, the stump where the neck ended. No head, no movement. I stepped closer, the mud sucking at my boots with a wet kiss. The lack of smell was gone. There was a faint sourness to the air if I leaned closer, but the rain seemed to be washing most of it away, tamping down whatever scent might have betrayed how long it had been there. Still, the fact that it had remained untouched bothered me more than any rot would have. In the woods, nothing goes to waste. Something always comes. A whole week, I murmured. What nobody hungry, no tooth marks, no claw marks, no predation. Even the flies were sparse, driven off by the cool rain. It was as if every scavenger and opportunist in the forest had collectively agreed this particular meal was not for them. The hairs on my arms prickled despite the humidity. The bell memory tugged at me again, that strange, sporadic chiming from up ahead last week, the way it had faded out as I'd moved forward. Standing over the beaver again, it was impossible not to draw a line between the two sound and aftermath presence and result. I swallowed, tasted the metallic edge of rain on my lips, and forced my gaze away from the body. It's nothing, I told myself, just weird. You're here, it's daylight, you know the way. You'll be in and out. I stepped past the corpse and kept going. The rain thickened as I walked. What had started as scattered drops became a curtain by the time I was close enough to hear the main river. Water dripped from every leaf and branch, collecting in sudden beads before falling in heavy plunks. The trail grew slick under my boots, a mix of wet leaves and mud that shifted treacherously when I put my weight on it. The sky, what little I could see of it through the trees, had gone from gray to almost slate. The air felt cooler now, the kind of chill that sneaks up under your clothes once you're wet. By the time I reached the riverbank, it was pouring. The river itself looked wilder than usual, its surface stippled with countless raindrop impacts, tiny explosions of white on dark water. Tendrils of mist rose from where the colder rain hit the relatively warmer surface. The sound was enormous, a constant rush topped with hiss and patter, like static turned up too loud. I stood under the edge of the trees, breathing hard, my jacket already soaked through at the shoulders. My hair clung to my forehead, strands plastered against my neck. Water ran down my spine in thin, unpleasant lines. I checked my watch a little after 8. On a clear evening, that wouldn't have been a big deal. Sunset was near 9. Twilight would stretch a little beyond that. On a clear evening, I could have made it to the lake and back, with maybe the last 15 or 20 minutes in genuine darkness. In rain like this, under a canopy that already ate light, even on good days, the calculation shifted. I pictured trying to pick my way along the stream by flashlight rocks, slick mud unstable, the beam bouncing off wet leaves and giving me a whole new set of ghostly shapes to be startled by. One bad step could mean a twisted ankle, a fall, something that turned an evening hike into a genuine emergency. My fingers tightened on the strap of my pack. I was stubborn, not suicidal. I stood there for a long moment, watching the river, listening to the rain, feeling my pulse in my throat. The woods around me felt closer than they ever had, the trees looming like dark pillars in a dimly lit room. Then I exhaled and made the choice that would haunt me later. Turn back, I said to myself, go home. If I'd kept going, if I'd pushed all the way to the lake and stayed there until the storm passed, or the light totally failed, I wouldn't have been in the spot I was in when it happened. I tell myself that sometimes uselessly, that a different kind of stubbornness might have saved me. Instead, I turned around. The rain hit the back of my neck now that I was facing the other way, cold fingers tracing the line of my spine. I pulled my jacket's hood up, but the water still found its way in at the edges. The trail back along the river was even slicker than it had been on the way in. My boots slipped more than once, toes skidding on wet stone. I had to watch my feet, constantly eyes down, scanning for the next safe spot. When I left the riverbank and rejoined the stream route, the worst of the storm settled in. The sky went from dim to nearly dark in a matter of minutes. What had been shadows became solid blocks of black between tree trunks. The wind picked up, turning raindrops into needles that stung when they hit exposed skin. Branches creaked overhead. Occasionally, a heavier thud sounded somewhere off to my right or left, as a dead limb finally gave up and crashed to the forest floor. I kept my head bowed against the onslaught, watching the ground. The stream beside me was running faster now, swollen with the sudden load of water, its voice higher, more urgent. The banks were a mess of mud and puddles. Every rock was an ankle waiting to be turned. I was so focused on not falling that I didn't see the thing hanging in front of me until I walked directly into it. My forehead hit something soft and yielding, not like bark or rock. It smeared cold and wet across my skin. For a split second, my brain screamed face and my whole body recoiled, a choked sound tearing itself out of my throat. I staggered backward, boots sliding, one heel catching on a root. I almost went down, arms pinwheeling wildly to keep my balance. My heart raced so fast it felt like a continuous shudder in my chest. When I finally got my feet under me again, I looked up. It was the beaver. Only now it was hanging. A length of cord or rope or some kind of heavy twine had been tied around its middle and looped over a low branch above the trail. The weight of the body had pulled the knot, cinch-tight fur pinched up around it in rough folds. The carcass dangled right at face height, swaying slightly in the wind, spinning a slow, lazy half circle, and then back again. Its head was back. For a half second, my brain tried to tell me it had never been gone, that I'd misremembered, that this was some other animal, some other corpse. But the details wouldn't cooperate. The head wasn't sitting where a head should sit. It was in the beaver's front paws. Someone had stitched it there. Thick, dark thread ran through the skin around the base of the skull and through the flesh of the paws, pulling them together in a grotesque parody of an embrace. The beaver looked like it was cradling its own head against its chest, its dull, empty eyes staring at nothing. Rainwater dripped from its fur, gathering at the lowest points, and then falling in fat drops. Some hit the ground with soft plips. Others splatted into the stream below, sending tiny ripples outward, disappearing into the current. Above me, the branch it hung from creaked as the wind rocked it. The rope itself made a faint grating sound against the bark each time the body turned, a little squeak, a little scrape, a tiny repetitive noise that wormed its way into my ears and stayed there. Sway, creak, drip, sway, creak, drip. I stood there in the pouring rainwater running down my face, staring up at this thing swaying inches from me, and every hair on my body stood on end. Because it hadn't been like this 30 minutes ago when I passed, which meant that while I'd been walking deeper into the forest, telling myself I was alone, that this was my secret path, that nothing truly bad ever happened here, someone else had been standing on this very trail in this very rain, carefully threading a needle through dead flesh and hoisting their work into the air. For a second, I thought I really was going to throw up. The smell of wet fur and damp earth and my own sweat mixed into something sharp and chemical in the back of my throat. My forehead still tingled where I'd hit the corpse, a cold, slick imprint on my skin. I wiped at it frantically with the back of my sleeve, then with both hands, fingers combing through my hair, like I could scrub away the contact if I just rubbed hard enough. The beaver swung gently in front of me, creaking on its rope, little drops of rainwater falling from its stitched-on head. It looked almost patient, like it had been waiting. It hadn't been there 30 minutes ago. I knew exactly how long it had been because I remembered passing the body on the ground on my way in, stepping over it, telling myself not to be dramatic. Half an hour to the river, half an hour back. In that window, someone had walked this same trail in this same storm, picked up a week-old corpse, threaded a needle through flesh, tied a rope, climbed, or reached up to loop it over a branch, and hoisted it until it dangled at perfect face height. And now they were where I spun around so fast I nearly slipped, turning in a full circle, scanning the trees, the stream, the underbrush on both sides. The rain made everything blurry, streaking down my cheeks and into my eyes. The forest was awash of dark trunks and darker shadows, the occasional pale flash where water ran in little rivulets. Nothing moved, nothing obvious anyway. My heart hammered against my ribs like it was trying to find an exit. I could hear my own breathing, ragged and high, loud enough to drown out some of the softer sounds of the storm. It was like my body had gone straight from zero to full panic mode without bothering to pass through fear at all. "They're close," a voice in my head said with gruesome calm. "Whoever did this is close enough that you just missed them. They might not even be gone." I squeezed my eyes shut for a second, sucking in a shaky breath, trying to shove that voice back down. Freaking out wouldn't get me to the car any faster. Falling and breaking an ankle out here would be 1,000 times worse than having a meltdown later in my bedroom. "Walk," I told myself out loud, the word almost lost in the patter of rain. "You have to walk. If you run right now, you're going to eat it." The logic was sound. The trail was slick and uneven rocks glazed in mud roots hidden under leaf litter turned to soup. Running was a good way to go face first into a rock or twist something and be stuck. I knew that. I knew that. I stepped around the hanging beaver, keeping as much distance as I could between my shoulder and its swinging bulk. Even then, it passed close enough that I could feel the cold presence of it, like stepping past a refrigerator with the door open. The rope creaked. Water dripped on my sleeve. I forced one foot in front of the other. Slow, deliberate steps. Heel toe, heel two. The stream rushed to my right, swollen and loud. Rain beat down on my hood, pinging off the fabric, slapping against puddles and rocks. Each breath scraped the inside of my throat, already raw from the cold air. In my head, I pictured a YouTube video, my own perspective, a shaky POV camera, pointed at the ground, the frame filled with boots and mud, and the occasional flash of white water. The mic picking up my breathing, harsh and too close. Rain hammering on the lens. Somewhere off to the side, the rope's faint squeak and the soft thunk of a wet body turning would play over and over. If I'd been watching this instead of living it, I would have been screaming at the screen, "Run, just run." I told myself I was doing the smart thing. And then maybe 20 or 30 steps past the hanging corpse, the woods behind me changed. It wasn't a sound at first. It was a feeling, the sensation that the space at my back had thickened. Like the dark between the trees wasn't as empty as it had been a second ago. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up one by one, a cold breeze threading underneath my wet hood. Then I heard it. Not loud, not dramatic, just a shift. The faint, unmistakable sound of something moving against wet leaves and mud just out of sync with my own footsteps. A soft scrape, a whisper of disturbed foliage. If it had been a squirrel or a deer crashing through the underbrush, I could have filed it away under nature being nature. This was quieter, heavier, purposeful. My body decided for me. My careful walk turned into a fast, uneven stride, then a jog, then a full-on run. I didn't remember choosing. It felt like my legs had been waiting for any excuse to bolt, and the first cracked twig behind me was it. Branches whipped at my arms and shoulders. Mud splashed up onto my calves. My boots skidded on wet rock, but I caught myself each time, barely windmilling my arms, stumbling forward instead of down. I didn't look back. I couldn't. The idea of turning my head even a little and seeing some shape emerging out of the rain and shadow behind me was too much. My imagination filled in the gap, a tall figure, dark head down, moving faster than I could soundlessly most of the time, and then loud all at once. My breath tore in and out in ragged gasps. My chest burned. The hood of my jacket bounced with each step, the edge of it slapping against my forehead. Every splash of my boots hitting the wetter patches of trail sounded like a gunshot in my ears. For a minute, 2-5 time went weird. Everything narrowed down to the rhythm of my feet, my lungs, the chaotic bounce of the ground under me. Behind that, there was always that sense of something just out of sight, matching my path, hidden behind the line of trees or the curve of the trail. Eventually, my body rebelled. I'd been sprinting longer than I was trained for, and the panic that had fueled the initial burst started to sputter. My legs felt like they'd been filled with sand. Each lift took more effort. My side cramped in a sharp stabbing line that made me hunch forward. The wet air scorched my throat. Every breath felt like it might just not come. I staggered to a stop near a wider bend in the stream, bending over hands on my knees, gulping air that didn't seem to do anything. The rain soaked through every layer, now plastering fabric to my skin. My heartbeat pounded in my ears so hard, it almost drowned out the forest. Almost. In the space created by my stopping, by the tiny break in the noise of my own running, another sound slid in. Chime. Clear. Close. It cut cleanly through the rain and the rushing water and the blood roaring in my head. The exact same tone as before, high metallic, almost pretty. Only this time it wasn't some distant curiosity drifting in on a breeze. It was right there, somewhere behind me or beside me, or both too near to dismiss. I froze, bent over breath, caught halfway in my chest. For a second there was silence again except for the storm. Then the bell rang again. Not in random little bursts now. Not scattered. It fell into a pattern. Chime, 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 evenly spaced, a beat apart, like a metronome, no like footsteps. My brain took a second to make the connection. The bell sounded then. There was an almost imperceptible delay, and then I heard it, the soft, wet crunch of something heavy stepping on the trail behind me. Leaf litter and mud compressing under weight. Another step. Another muted crunch, another chime precisely on top of it. The bell wasn't ringing on its own. It was moving with whatever was wearing it. My stomach dropped like I'd stepped off a ledge. I straightened up slowly, my muscles screaming, facing forward, but straining my ears backward. I still couldn't tell exactly where it was coming from. The rain bounced the sound around, made everything echo. But it was close enough now that there was no chance in hell I was imagining it. Chime, crunch, chime, crunch. Each ring seemed a fraction louder than the last, not because the bell itself was changing, but because it was getting nearer. It had that peculiar presence you only feel when something is approaching you from behind, this pressure between your shoulder blades, this urge to twist around and see. I didn't. I couldn't. I tried to tell myself there was some innocent explanation. A hiker with a bear bell, a lost camper, some kid screwing around with a prop. But nobody walks like that in the woods, slow, heavy, deliberate. And no one out here on a route with no signage in the middle of a storm for no reason would bother to stitch a dead animal into a grotesque display. I stumbled forward again, forcing my legs to move, pushing back into a run that felt like I was wading through wet cement. My lungs screamed, my vision narrowed, black creeping in at the edges. The bell followed. Chime crunch, chime crunch, chime crunch. It set its tempo inside my head, replacing my own heartbeat. Every time I thought maybe I was pulling away, maybe the sound was fading, inevitably there'd be a misstep, a slip, a near fall that slowed me, and the bell would sound clearer, sharper, closer. Somewhere in the chaos, I realized my hand had gone to my pocket. My fingers closed around the cold rectangle of my phone like it was a lifeline. The trail ahead blurred in the rain, the stream a white, restless smear at my side. Behind me, the bell kept walking each ring, counting off the space between us. It wasn't just a weird noise in the forest anymore. It was a clock marking down how many steps I had left before whatever was wearing it caught up. I don't remember deciding to call my dad. One second, my hand was clenched around my phone like it was part of my fist. The next, I was clawing it out of my pocket with numb, wet fingers. The screen came up, a smeared gray blur under the rain. My thumb slipped 3 times before I even hit the right icon. I could hear the bell behind me chime crunch, threaded through the roar of the storm and the rasp of my own breathing. "Come on," I gasped. Come on, come on. I hit my dad's name. The call button lit up, then dimmed, then lit again as my fingers skidded across it. For a horrible second, I thought the water had finally killed it, that I'd be there alone with nothing but a dead rectangle, and that bell walking me down. Then the ringing started. Each electronic tone in my ear layered awkwardly over the real-world sounds, water, wind bell. My boots splashed through another puddle. My lungs burned. The forest tilted around me like a room I was about to pass out in. "Pick up," I whispered. "Please, please, hello." His voice hit me so hard I almost stumbled. It was suddenly too bright, too normal, cutting into a scene it didn't belong in. He sounded like himself, warm, a little distracted, like I'd just called from the grocery store. "Dad." My voice came out as a choking sob. I tried again, louder words tumbling over each other. "Dad, there's someone in the woods. There's someone in the woods. They're following me, Bella. Whoa, slow down." "I can't," I gasped. "I can't see them. I can't see them. There's a bell. Do you hear it? Do you hear it?" For a second, all I could hear was static and my own breathing echoing back at me. I thought maybe the connection was cutting out. Then my dad said very quietly, very differently than he'd spoken a moment ago, "Yeah, I hear it." Hearing him say that almost broke something in me. It meant it was real. It meant the ringing wasn't just some panic hallucination my brain had cooked up. Whatever was behind me existed in both places, out here in the trees and through the fragile little bridge of my phone line right into my parents' kitchen. "Stay on the line," he snapped, and now his voice had gone hard, all business. I could hear the scrape of a chair, my mom asking something in the background. "We're getting in the car now. Stay on the stream. Don't leave the water. You know the spot where the animal path turns off? Meet us there. Do you understand me? I can't." My words broke on a sob. A branch whipped across my chest. I flinched, almost dropping the phone. "Dad, I can't see them. I just hear the bell. It's right behind me, Bella," he said, and he used the tone that cuts through everything, the one from when I was little and about to step into traffic. "You keep moving. You stay on the phone. We're already in the car." Behind his voice, I heard the thunder of feet, cabinet doors slamming, my mother saying, "Keys, get the keys," and then a door banging open, wind rushing against the phone on their end, too. The bell rang again, closer. Chime, crunch, chime, crunch. Each ring was like a hooked finger in my back, tugging. I pushed myself harder, my legs screaming. The trail blurred under my feet, a smear of mud and slick rock. My breath hitched and tore at my throat. I was sobbing and panting and making these awful animal sounds I didn't recognize as coming from me. "I'm coming in," my dad was saying somewhere in my ear. "I'm coming in the woods. Just keep talking to me, okay? Talk to me." "There's someone behind me," I gasped. "I can't see them. They're wearing a bell. It rings when they walk. My voice broke. I could hear branches snapping now behind me, louder than before, sharper, like heavier weight was coming down on them. They hung up the beaver, they stitched its head back on, My brain refused to finish the sentence. The image of the dead animal cradling its own head flashed across my mind again, so vivid I nearly tripped. "Don't look back," my dad said, like he'd read my thoughts. The car door thumped on his end, an engine roared to life, tires spat gravel. "Do you hear me? Just keep moving forward. We're almost there." I clung to the sound of his voice like it was a rope. The world had shrunk to 3 elements: my dad in my ear, the bell behind me, and the ground under my feet. Rain lashed my face, running into my mouth, mixing with tears. The sky had gone almost black. The only light came from occasional breaks in the clouds, where a thin smear of moonlight pushed through, diluted and weak. The bell kept time. Chime, crunch, chime, crunch. Faster now. The rhythm tightened like whoever or whatever was wearing it had lengthened their stride. I realized dimly that I had stopped choosing my path. I was just flinging myself forward wherever the ground didn't immediately drop away. Roots and rocks snagged at my boots. More than once my ankle twisted sideways and a white flare of pain shot up my leg, but momentum kept me going. At some point my body hit its limit. It wasn't dramatic. There was no big fall, no cinematic collapse. I just ran out. My legs turned to rubber, each step less stable than the last. My chest clenched. I couldn't get a full breath. Blackness crowded in at the edges of my vision, nibbling at the center. The bell rang again, close enough that I could feel the vibration of it in my teeth. I stumbled into a small clearing without realizing it was there, until I was already in the middle. It was like stepping into a dim room after being pressed in a narrow hallway. The trees on either side fell back, leaving a roughly circular space maybe 50 feet across. The ground here was more open, less underbrush, more exposed dirt and scattered stones. Above the canopy, thinned just enough that a torn piece of sky showed through. At that exact moment, one of the heavier cloud banks slid aside and a smear of moonlight spilled down. It wasn't much. The storm still owned most of the sky, but that thin, cold light was enough to paint a pale, uneven circle on the wet ground in front of me. My boots squelched to a stop right at the edge of it. I bent over, one hand, braced on my knee, the other still clutching my phone in a death grip. Bella. My dad's voice came through tinny and edged with panic now. I could hear my mom in the background shouting something, my name maybe. The roar of their car engine. The slap of their tires hitting the edge of the pavement as they pulled onto the road. Bella, talk to me. Where are you? I tried, but the words wouldn't come. My tongue felt thick. My lungs refused to work correctly. All I could hear now was the bell and the beat of my own pulse. Chime, crunch, closer. Chime, crunch, closer. The clearing was suddenly a stage. I knew with a cold clarity that cut right through the fog of panic that if I didn't turn around now, I would spend the rest of my life wondering what had been 10 feet behind me in that circle of light. And if I did turn around, I might never get the image out of my head. I straightened slowly, my legs trembling. I didn't remember deciding, but I felt my body move through the choice. My dad was saying my name over and over in my ear. Somewhere very far away, my mom was crying. Chime. I turned. At first, there was just the clearing, the circle of pale light on dark, wet dirt, the ring of trees beyond that slab of illumination. Rain fell through the beam, turning it into streaks and beads. The edges of everything were blurred. Then something stepped into the light. It was tall, taller than my dad, taller than most of the men I knew. A long, dark silhouette that seemed to be made of edges instead of solid lines. The moonlight caught on wet fabric, some kind of coat or jacket maybe, and on the metal curve of a bell hanging at its waist. It moved forward 1 foot at a time, and with each step, the bell swung and rang. Chime. The sound was so loud up close it felt like it physically pushed at my chest. The figure's gait was wrong, not enough bend in the knees or the angle of the ankles off by a fraction. Its arms hung a little too loosely at its sides, swaying out of sync with the rhythm of its legs. Its head tilted to one side at an odd permanent angle like a doll whose neck joint had been partially broken. I squinted, trying desperately to make out a face, but the shadow of its hood or hair or something kept the upper part of it in darkness. I saw the suggestion of cheekbones, maybe the outline of a jaw, but no eyes. Just a sense of attention. It was looking straight at me. I could feel it. Every instinct I had screamed that I should run, but my feet might as well have been nailed to the ground. The bell rang again. As it took another step, the tone sharp and almost shrill, cutting through the steady hiss of rain. For a moment, everything else fell away. There was just me, the circle of light, and this thing walking into it with that broken, casual stride as if it had all the time in the world. Bella. The shout came from behind me, from the darkness at my back. It was the only voice that could have cut through that moment. My dad. I flinched like someone had slapped me. The spell broke just enough that my muscles unlocked. I felt hands clamp down on my shoulders from behind, fingers digging in hard enough to bruise. Bella, move, he snarled in my ear. Move now. I didn't even turn my head to look at him. I pivoted, still staring for a split second at the figure in the light, and then I was thrown forward as my dad yanked me around his arm, wrapping across my chest, pulling me backward into him. The phone nearly slipped from my hand. I clutched it tighter, pressed between my fingers and his jacket. His other hand hooked under my arm, practically lifting me. Then we were running. He didn't ask if I could. He just dragged me, half stumbling, half airborne, back the way he'd come. My boots skidded and sloshed my legs, barely keeping up. The forest blurred into streaks of black and gray again. Behind us, the bell rang. Chime, crunch, chime, crunch. For a few horrible seconds, it sounded like it was right behind us, like if I reached back, I would touch wet fabric and cold metal. Branches snapped somewhere off to the side. Something heavy hit the ground, then pushed off again. "Don't look back," my dad panted. His grip tightened. "Don't you dare look back." I didn't. I stared straight ahead, at the vague outline of the trees he was aiming us between, at the white, boiling path of the stream beside us. My teeth chattered, not from cold, but from shock. The bell kept ringing, but gradually the sound thinned. The chimes grew fainter, swallowed by distance, by the rain, by the trees. At some point I realized I couldn't hear the crunch of steps under it anymore, just the echo of the tone itself floating in from somewhere deeper in the woods. Then finally, that too faded. When we burst out of the tree line near the road, it felt like breaking the surface after being underwater too long. The rain hit differently in the open, colder somehow. The county road gleamed under the sheen of water headlights from my parents' car, cutting bright paths through the downpour. The car was parked crooked on the shoulder, both doors on our side thrown wide. My mom stood in the muddy strip between asphalt and trees, soaked her hair, plastered to her face. When she saw us, she made a sound I'd never heard from her before, and ran forward, arms already out. My dad let go of me just enough that I stumbled the last few steps into her. She wrapped herself around me, shielding my head with her hands, like I was still 5 years old and scared of thunder. All three of us were crying. None of us noticed right away. "Get in the car," my dad said hoarsely. He kept one hand on my shoulder as if he wasn't entirely convinced I was solid. "We're going straight to the police." I don't remember the drive into town clearly. Headlights smeared across the wet windshield. The wipers thumped back and forth, hypnotic. I stared at my own reflection in the glass, pale eyes, too wide hair, a dark tangle, and watched the tree line slide away behind us. The bell, for now, stayed in the woods. At the station, they sat me down under fluorescent lights that made everything look too sharp. A thin blanket appeared around my shoulders, smelling of laundry soap and other people's fear. An officer with kind eyes and a notebook asked me to tell him exactly what had happened. I tried. I talked about the route the first time I heard the bell, the beaver with no head, the hanging corpse, the chase. I described the clearing, the circle of moonlight, the tall figure with the bell at its waist. When I finished, my throat was raw and my hands hurt from how hard I'd been gripping the blanket. The next morning, they went out there. They followed my directions as best they could down the road into the trees, along the stream, up toward where the river ran. They looked for disturbed earth, for a hanging carcass, for footprints in the mud. They didn't find the beaver. Not on the ground. Not in the tree. They didn't find a bell or a rope or any sign that someone had walked that route in the storm the night before. Besides the muddied trail my dad and I had cut in our panic. The only thing they found that didn't belong was a t-shirt. It was folded very neatly, placed under a rock just off the animal path. A white shirt, damp from the rain edges, aligned like someone had taken their time with it. They brought it back to the station in an evidence bag and asked if I recognized it. I didn't. None of us did. My parents told me later that as they were running in to meet me, they could hear the bell not just in the woods, but over the phone line too, this thin, piercing ring threading through the static, and my panicked sobbing, and my dad's shouted instructions. That part doesn't leave me, I'm telling you now. People can say I was scared, that the rain and the dark played tricks on me, that I imagined things. I paused, feeling the phantom weight of the phone in my hand, the echo of that sound in my bones. But my parents heard the bell on the call. Both of them. That means whatever I saw out there isn't just something broken in my head, because they heard it too. I've lost track of how many nights I've sat in this exact spot watching the time slide past midnight, like it means nothing. That night, the night these 3 stories landed in my lap, the oven clock in my little apartment kitchen read 1:37 a.m. The numbers glowed a soft, tired green from across the room, just over the edge of my monitor. I remember noticing it because I'd told myself I'd be in bed before 1, and then somehow I'd fallen into that familiar YouTube hole of analytics comments and half-finished scripts. My place isn't much. 1-bedroom walk-up second floor of an older apartment building off a 4-lane road somewhere in the U.S. Midwest. If you've ever lived in a starter apartment, you know the layout already. Small living room that bleeds into an even smaller kitchen. Beige carpet that survived too many tenants. A hallway barely long enough to justify calling it a hallway. At night, it turns into its own kind of stage. The only light usually comes from my laptop screen and a cheap floor lamp in the corner. The lamp has a cracked white shade that throws a weak cone of yellow across my desk, just enough to light the mic, the pop filter, the notepad, with scribbled time codes. The mug of coffee I definitely don't need at that hour. Outside the big front window, the parking lot sits like a shallow concrete bowl. A few sedans and SUVs parked under a streetlight that can't decide if it's dying or just dramatic. It flickers every few minutes, buzzing, then going dim, then flaring back with a sickly orange halo. Beyond the lot, a strip of businesses, a laundromat, a closed nail salon, a takeout place with a neon sign that leaks red across the wet pavement when it rains. Inside, it's the usual chorus. The fridge in my tiny kitchen gives a loud click, then the low hum of the compressor shuts off, leaving the room a little too quiet for a beat. A second later, the HVAC kicks in with a dry cough from the vent over my head, then settles into a steady rush of air. Somewhere in the hallway, one of my neighbor's doors closes with that hollow apartment building thud that always sounds closer than it should. These sounds used to be background noise. Ever since I started this channel, they feel more like punctuation. I was sitting at my cheap IKEA desk, mic arm pulled in, close editing software minimized. I'd told myself I'd answer a few emails and then call it. My inbox is always a mess, sponsorship pitches, spam, and somewhere in there the reason the channel exists, people sending in what they swear are true horror stories. Some of them are clearly creepypasta remixes. Some are trauma disguised as ghost stories. Every once in a while, though, something lands in there that doesn't feel like either. That night, 3 subject lines were sitting at the top of my inbox, stacked almost on top of each other, all bold, all unread. I'd noticed them earlier but hadn't clicked yet. Something about the way they looked together on the screen bothered me. I moved the mouse over more out of habit than curiosity and read them again. Something touched my foot in my tent. We found footprints under our living room window, the thing with the bell in the woods. I actually smiled a little at first. They sounded like titles I might have written myself. Clean, vivid. Each one gave you an immediate image, a tent, a window, a forest. 3 separate settings, 3 separate nightmares. The cursor blinked patiently next to the first one. I could see the little timestamp beside it. All 3 of them had come in over the last 48 hours. I clicked the tent one. The email opened white, filling the screen. It started the way they often do. Hi. I don't know if you'll ever see this, but I've been watching your channel for a while. The writer was a woman around my age, early 30s now, but telling me about a trip she'd taken in 2013 when she was in her late 20s, camping with her dad in the Sierra Nevada mountains. She described growing up with a father who'd been a wilderness guide, how camping had always felt safe because he knew what he was doing. I could picture the whole thing as she laid it out. The suburb near Sacramento, the gas station off I-80 with flickering fluorescents and stale coffee, the drive up into the mountains as the freeway gave way to narrow, twisting roads, and the smell of pine seeped in through the vents. When she got to the campground, I was there with her, the crowded loops full of families, the ranger station, with its tacky bear warning posters and faded fire danger today sign. The way the ranger had said, "You're in luck, one last sight," but then gestured off toward the far, isolated loop, like she was handing over a punishment, not a prize. I sat there in my little apartment while she described the last campsite at the end of the road, how it sat alone in a ring of trees, too far from the bathrooms, too far from anyone else. I read about the 2 tiny backpacking tents, barely big enough to crawl into, that she jokingly called nylon coffins. I saw the rusting picnic table, the bear box with its metal door that clanged louder than it should in the quiet. The first night, nothing happened. That detail stuck with me. She made a point of saying how normal it was, how she and her dad hiked all day, cooked a simple dinner on a gas stove, listened to the distant sounds of other campers, and fell asleep to the crackle of their own fire. and the occasional click of the cooler in the car. I know storytelling structure. I know exactly why that first uneventful night works. It lets your guard down. Then she described the second night. The heat. The decision that would haunt her unzipping the bottom of her tent enough to let her bare feet stick out into the cool air because the nylon was holding the warmth in like a greenhouse. The way the fabric of the sleeping bag felt against her legs. The faint, far-off drone of the bathhouse fan that faded when the wind shifted. When she wrote, "If I could go back, I'd scream at myself to zip that tent all the way." But she didn't. I didn't. I stopped and rubbed my eyes. The fridge clicked back on behind me, making me jump more than I care to admit. I swiveled in my chair just enough to see the dark line of the hallway, the faint glow from the oven clock, painting a rectangle on the floor. Nothing there, just my brain adding shadows where there were none. I turned back to the screen. She kept going. Waking up at 3:00-something a.m. for no reason, the air on her feet cooler than the air in the tent. The strange thickness of the silence. No bathhouse fan. No insects in chorus, just a heavy padded quiet. Then the footsteps far off, at first crunching over pine needles and dead twigs. Why did it bother me so much that her first instinct was, "It's my dad"? Maybe because that's how we all are. We bend reality to fit the safest explanation we can find. The footsteps came from the wrong direction. They stopped right next to her tent. A long pause. Then the sound of breathing leaning over the nylon. I realized my own breath had gone shallow as I read like I was afraid the person in her story might hear me too. By the time I got to the part where something reached through the open zipper and pinched her foot hard enough to hurt human, enough that there was no mistaking it. I had that cold, hollow feeling in my stomach I get when I know a story is going to stick with me after I close the file. She woke up to her dad the next morning asking if she'd been outside around 2 or 3 because he'd heard something at the cooler. The pyramid of items on the picnic table. The ring of footprints around her tent. The way they'd both just left. No breakfast, no discussion, just get in the car and go. I flagged the email and leaned back, staring at the subject line again. Something touched my foot in my tent. Yeah, understatement of the year. The HVAC cycled off with a little shudder. For a few seconds, the apartment fell into that same thick silence she'd described. No fan from the bathroom, no TV in a neighbor's place, no car passing on the road outside. Even the fridge took a breath between hums. I clicked the second email. We found footprints under our living room window. Different voice. This one from a guy in his late 20s writing about when he'd been 14. A pine farm in the middle of nowhere, North Carolina. 500+ acres of trees planted in perfectly straight rows. A house built on a slope so that the living room on one side sat high enough that the big window there looked like it belonged on a second floor. He described that window in a way that made me glance without meaning to at my own. His stretched nearly 50 feet, taking up most of the wall, giving them a clear view down the corridors between the trees during the day. At night, though, it turned into a black mirror. Inside, light reflecting the family back at themselves outside, nothing but the suggestion of depth. He talked about the unspoken rule in their family: nobody hung out in that living room after dark. They'd pass through, sure grab something, switch the TV on, and then leave pretending they weren't avoiding it. But they all felt it, that sense that if you stood in front of that glass too long, something in the rows of trees would be standing quietly in front of you. He wrote about a winter when his cousin came to stay, and they both wound up sleeping in that room because there were no spare bedrooms. About dragging in 2 couches, one under the window, one against the far wall. about tacking up a sheet to cover most of the glass, leaving the far edges exposed. About joking it was their serial killer window, because if they didn't joke, they might admit how much it scared them. There was snow that night, a thin layer enough to catch the moonlight and make the spaces between the trees more visible. He described waking up around 2 a.m. to the sound of their dogs barking somewhere out in the pines, more frantic than usual, then suddenly stopping. His cousin got up, walked to the gap where the sheet didn't cover the window, and just stared. The writer stayed on the couch, watching his cousin's face change in the blue spill from the muted TV curiosity, then confusion, then something like fear. "I think I see people," the cousin whispered. By the time the narrator joined him at the glass, my own skin was crawling. I could see what they saw, the endless black and white stripes of trunks and snow, the long, empty aisles between them. At first, nothing. Then a single leg stepping out from behind one trunk and crossing the gap to the next row. Calm, upright, human. The first pass, then another, then closer. By the time his dad came thundering down the stairs with a gun and flung the front door open to yell into the night that he'd shoot anyone who came near my eyes, were flicking between my monitor and the reflection of my own living room in the dark glass to my left. Morning footprints. 2 sets. 2 distinct sizes. 2 circles pressed into the snow directly under the parts of the window the sheet hadn't covered. The idea of strangers standing in those blind spots looking up at the boys who had been looking out. Yeah. That one lodged somewhere behind my ribs and stayed there. I flagged the second email too. My coffee had gone cold. I drank it anyway. The third subject line waited like the last piece of some puzzle I hadn't realized I was assembling. The thing with the bell in the woods. This one was more recent. A college student back home for the summer. A forest near her parents' house. A man-made lake she'd been walking to since she was a kid. She described the route in almost obsessive detail, like she'd traced it so many times in her head that writing it down was automatic, the pull-off on the side of the road, the animal trail by the stream, the way the water met an east-west river, the final bend to the lake. She talked about how private it felt, how in all the years she'd gone there, she'd never seen anyone else on that route. Just her, the trees, and the water. Then the first time she heard the bell. Just a single distant chime, then a series irregular and strange drifting down the stream from up ahead. I could hear it even as I read high metallic out of place. She rationalized the same way the others had. A dog's collar, maybe. Something loose on a boat. Something mundane. She kept going. Then the beaver with no head. The clean cut. The lack of decomposition. Her foot nudging the limp body and feeling how freshly dead it was. The way every scavenger in the woods seemed to have avoided it in the days that followed. A week later, going back at 6 p.m., racing a storm and the setting sun, passing the same corpse still on the ground on the way in. Turning back before the lake because she did the math and realized she'd be walking out in full dark. And then on the way back, hitting something soft and wet with her forehead, and looking up to see that same beaver hanging from a rope, its head stitched into its own front paws. By the time she got to the part where the bell started ringing behind her in time with footsteps, my heart was beating noticeably faster. When she described calling her father, screaming into the storm that there's someone in the woods, there's a bell, I can't see them, I realized my hands had gone cold on the keyboard. Her parents heard the bell over the phone. They went into the woods to meet her. Her father literally hauled her out while the bell rang and rang somewhere behind them. The cops found almost nothing the next day. No beaver, no bell. Just a folded t-shirt under a rock. I leaned back in my chair, the email's last line hanging there. My parents told me they heard the bell on the phone, That part doesn't leave me. It means whatever I saw isn't just something broken in my head, because they heard it too. I sat like that for a long time. Fridge hum. HVAC off. Somewhere outside, a car door closed. A burst of laughter floated up faintly from the parking lot, then faded. The streetlight flickered, buzzing, then steadied again. On my screen, the 3 emails were still open in separate tabs, their beginning lines visible like 3 little windows into other nights. Camping, a farmhouse, a forest, 3 different people, 3 different states even, different years, different circumstances. But as I read back through my notes, a pattern started to creep in from the edges, like something stepping out from behind trees I hadn't realized were even there. They all talked about the same hour, that smear of time between 2 and 4 in the morning, when your body is convinced nothing good ever happens. They all mentioned that moment before anything actually happened, that thick, unnerving sense of being watched, of the air going heavy, of silence, turning from peaceful to wrong. They all described sound as the thing that led them to the edge, footsteps in a campground where no one should be walking. The absence of normal forest noise before something shifted, dogs barking themselves hoarse and then going quiet. A bell chiming without a visible source, turning into a metronome for the thing that followed. I'm not telling you it was the same entity or anything like that. That's not what I do. I'm not a demonologist. I don't pretend to have explanations. But sitting there in my little apartment at 1:37 a.m., listening to the familiar clicks and hums of my own machines, reading 3 different accounts of people whose sense of safety cracked the moment the border between their space and the outside was tested. Someone at the tent, someone under the window, someone just beyond the circle of light. I couldn't shake the feeling that they were all describing the same type of presence. Something that doesn't kick your door in. Something that doesn't roar or scream. Something that just stands at the edge of the radius you think is your safe zone and waits for you to notice it. I clicked into my notes file and typed a working title at the top in capital letters. The stories they send me. The cursor blinked under it, patient and green. Somewhere behind me, the fridge clicked off again, dropping the room into that same uncomfortably thick silence. All 3 of them had tried to describe in their own words. For the first time in a long while, I found myself listening, really listening to my own apartment, wondering whether I was hearing the normal sounds of a building at night, or the very first sign that somebody somewhere just beyond my field of vision had decided to step closer. When I finally decided to turn those 3 emails into an episode, it was already creeping past 2 in the morning. I closed out of my inbox and opened my recording software, the same DAW I've stared at for hundreds of hours. Empty tracks, no waveforms yet. Just that flat gray timeline waiting to be filled with other people's fear and my voice threading through it. I slid the mic arm in toward my face, fingers automatically checking the XLR connection. The shock mount, the little red light on my interface. Check, check, I said softly, watching the input bar bounce in time with my voice. I adjusted the gain, nudged the noise gate threshold up a hair so it would cut out most of the room tone when I wasn't speaking. The headphones settled over my ears with a soft, plasticky squeak. My world narrowed down to the glow of the waveform window and the faint reflection of my own face in the dark monitor border. I killed the overhead light and the hall light, leaving just the floor lamp in the corner and the small, harsh circle of my desk lamp. It lit the mic, my notes, the keyboard. Everything else faded into shadow. Outside the window, the flickering streetlight over the parking lot cast its usual sickly cone onto the scattered cars, silver, white, dark blue, like they were props in a set I hadn't been told the plot of. The central air came on with a low whoosh, blowing a ribbon of cool air across the back of my neck. It ran for a long, steady stretch, a white noise blanket filling the spaces between the outside sounds. Just as I clicked arm track 1, the compressor gave a tired clunk and shut off. The silence that followed felt thicker than it should have. Not total silence, of course. I could still hear a faint buzz from the streetlight, the far-off hiss of a car passing on the main road, the soft tick of the oven clock shifting to 2:01. But in my headphones, with the noise gate doing its job, it was just me and the soft, distant pulse of the room. I hit record. Tonight, I began watching my own voice draw itself across the screen in jagged lines. I'm going to tell you 3 stories people sent me. They all swear they're true. I started with story A, the last campsite, the nylon coffins, the open zipper. It's always strange the way my voice changes when I slip into narrator mode. I could hear it now, that slower cadence, the deliberate pauses, the way I lean on certain words, silent breathing, alone, like I'm pressing fingers into a bruise. As I described the footsteps coming through the pine needles toward her tent, I became hyper-aware of every sound in my own building. Someone upstairs closed a cabinet. Through the headphones, it came through as a muted thunk that my brain instantly tried to categorize as a step. A door down the hall opened and shut with a hollow apartment clap that made me pause a fraction of a second longer than I meant to. Out in the parking lot, a car door slammed. Normally, it wouldn't even register. Tonight, it slotted itself into the rhythm of my story, like some overzealous sound designer had decided to punch up the mix. I kept going. And that's when she realized the breathing above her tent wasn't her father's. I read my eyes flicking between the script and the waveform. Whoever was out there leaned down until their mouth was inches from the nylon. I could almost hear it. The thin, plasticky rustle of fabric, the faint catch in the exhale, the way she must have been holding her own breath under it. I reached the part where she wrote about slowly, inch by inch, pulling her bare feet back inside the sleeping bag, using the intruder's own footsteps as cover. And then I said, dropping my voice right when she thought she'd gotten away with it, she felt my own foot spasm. It was completely stupid, just a random cramp, the kind you get when you've been sitting too long with your toes half flexed. But it hit the arch of my right foot so hard and fast that my whole leg jerked under the desk. My knee smacked the underside of the table. I sucked in a sharp, involuntary breath. The software faithfully captured it, a sudden spike in the waveform right on top of the line, a harsh intake that didn't belong to any character. Felt something pinch her foot. I forced out after a second, my heart thudding a little harder than it had a moment before. Not a twig, not an insect, a hand. I let the silence hang for a beat after that sentence, watching the empty track line along. The fridge in the kitchen clicked and hummed back to life. Somewhere down the hall, someone's TV murmured muffled. The foot cramp faded. The goosebumps stayed. I took a sip of cold coffee, cleared my throat, and moved on to story B. I shifted my tone slightly, edging it closer to the narrator's age, teenage, nervous, trying to sound braver in the retelling than he'd felt in the moment. I dropped his name, Noah, and painted the picture of the pine farm, the endless rows, the 50-foot living room window. As I read the line, my cousin squinted at the gap in the curtain and said, I see someone. My eyes did what eyes do. They went looking for the nearest window. I told myself not to. I did it anyway. Outside my own glass, it was all familiar, the rectangular slice of lot, the yellow pool of the streetlight, the shiny backs of parked cars. No pine forest, just asphalt and painted lines, and a dumpster enclosure off to the left. But for half a second, Blame the angle, the reflection, the way the streetlight chose that exact moment to flicker. I thought I saw a shape standing just beyond the reach of the light. Tall, still, right where the darkness pooled thickest, beyond the last parking space. My throat closed. The sentence I was reading fuzzed at the edges. My eyes snapped into focus hard, and the shape resolved into what it had always been, the rounded roofline of a silver sedan, its windows throwing back a vague shadow that my brain had happily turned into a person for the span of a blink. Of course, when we both pressed our faces to the glass, nothing was there. I read into the mic, forcing a wry edge into Noah's voice, even as my own pulse climbed a notch. Just the rows of trees, and one gap that suddenly didn't feel empty anymore. The streetlight buzzed and steadied. The lot went back to looking like what it always was, an overlit, ugly little square of concrete. I kept my gaze on the script after that. By the time I got to the revelation of the 2 circles of footprints under the window, my scalp was prickling. I marked a breath here, a pause there, trying to do justice to the way Noah had described realizing someone had stood exactly where he couldn't see them. I saved that take, labeled the track Story B. Clean 1 took another swallow of lukewarm coffee and queued up Story C. For this one, my voice shifted again, softer at first, almost wistful. The forest was her happy place after all, until it wasn't. I wanted that contrast to land. I talked about the secret path, the animal trail by the stream, the way she'd grown up believing the woods were hers. Outside, the HVAC had stayed off longer than usual. The apartment grew slightly warmer, the air a little stale. The only sounds in my headphones were my voice and the faint background static of the interface. I hit the part with the beaver's missing head, the clean cut, the absence of smell. My volume dropped a notch, like I was leaning in to the listener. When I got to the return trip, the storm, the rain, the decision to turn back the timing in my script wouldn't have meant anything to anyone else. To me, it felt like a clock winding down. She pushed through the brush eyes on the ground so she wouldn't slip, I read, watching my waveform crawl across the screen. And then she walked face first into something soft and wet. Right as I said wet, the HVAC made a sudden metallic clunk somewhere in the vent above my head, like a duct had shifted or something had banged against it. Then, nothing. Not the usual ramp down. Not the gradual whoosh fading out, just off. The room went from low-level noise to a kind of total stillness that made the tiny sounds stand out, the faint tick of my wall clock, the buzz of the streetlight. In my headphones, the noise gate flattened everything that wasn't my own breathing. I kept reading. She looked up, I said, and saw the same beaver hanging from a rope, its head stitched to its own front paws. My skin crawled as I described the body swinging, the drip of water, the creak of the rope. I painted the chase as she ran, the sense of something behind her, the first distant chime of the bell. My voice fell into a rhythm mirroring the steps, chime crunch, chime crunch. And then I said, leaning into the mic, that same bell started ringing again. Right on the word again, something in the hallway just outside my apartment went ding. It was small, bright, clean. A single note. For a half second, my heart just stopped. The bell in the story, the bell in my ears, the dead beaver, the figure stepping into the clearing, everything stacked on top of that one tiny sound. Then my rational brain caught up. It was the elevator. The stupid, slightly delayed chime the elevator makes on my floor when someone's called it from the lobby and it finally arrives. I'd heard it 1,000 times. I'd never noticed how close in pitch it was to what I'd imagined in my head when I read bell. Jesus, I whispered off script. The mic picked that up too. I sat there for a moment, hand hovering over the spacebar, listening. No footsteps followed the chime. No knock at my door. No second ding. Just the elevator doors sliding shut with a distant shaf-hef, then silence. I rolled back a few seconds in the track and played it. My voice saying started ringing again, then perfectly on its heels that crisp little ding bleeding in from the hallway. If I leave it in the final edit, some people are going to assume it's a sound effect. Others will hear it and not think anything of it. A few will turn the volume up, replay that moment, and get that same slow, crawling chill I felt sitting there alone at my desk. I took a breath, marked the spot with a tiny bookmark icon in the DAW, and kept recording. Coincidence or not, the timing was immaculate. And if there's one thing I've learned reading other people's nightmares for a living, it's this. Sometimes it's the little explainable sounds that make you feel the most, like you're not the only one in the room. By the time I finished the last take, my throat was dry, and my jaw ached from shaping other people's fear into clean sentences. I clicked stop. The red bar at the bottom of the screen froze. The waveform stopped crawling forward. For a second, all I could hear in my headphones was the soft, empty hiss of my own room. I saved out of habit Ctrl+S, then again, renamed the project with the episode title and the date, and backed it up to a folder called Nightmares Inbox on my external drive. The software minimized to a tiny rectangle on the taskbar. The recording light went dark. The room felt larger without all that gray and blue light in front of me. I leaned back in my chair until it creaked, the cheap plastic spine bending just enough that I could feel every vertebrae in mine. My eyes burned. The script pages on the desk were a blur of black and yellow highlighter. Even with the headphones half off one ear, the echo of the stories was still there. Phantom sounds stitched into the quiet. Footsteps in pine needles. Breathing above nylon. The soft chime of a bell that didn't belong in any forest. My apartment had that middle-of-the-night stillness that feels borrowed, like you're awake in hours that belong to somebody else. The neon from the takeout place across the street leaked through the blinds, painting faint blue-green stripes on the ceiling. Car lights came and went, occasionally slow and soft, like reflections from an aquarium. The HVAC had been off for a while. The fridge was between cycles. No TV, no music, no neighbor's shower running. Just the tick of the oven clock shifting from 2:23 to 2:24. That was when I heard the footsteps. They started small, just a faint thud, on the other side of my wall. Not that unusual. People come and go down the hallway all the time, except it was well past 2 a weeknight, and this building has a rhythm. By now, the late shift nurses and night shift baristas are already gone, and the early morning people haven't started moving yet. This is the dead zone. The steps were slow, measured. Not the rushing bustle of someone late for work, not the unsteady shuffle of a drunk neighbor. Heel toe. Carpeting over concrete, the sound half swallowed but still distinct. They approached from the direction of the elevator, grew clearer as they passed my neighbor's door. My heart did that stupid little half jump in my chest because I knew where they were going before they got there. They came right up to my door and stopped. I held my breath without meaning to. It's funny how your body decides for you. I didn't say anything, didn't call out hello or ask who it was. The only sound in the apartment was the smallest creak of my chair as I shifted my weight slowly, like moving too fast might make whoever was out there press their ear against the wood. 5 seconds passed. 10. Then 15. No knock, no shuffle, no keys jingling. Just the weight of somebody or something on the other side of an 1.5 inch of cheap hollow core door. I slid the headphones off, completely laid them gently on the table so they wouldn't clack. The neon stripes on the ceiling suddenly seemed too bright. I stood up because sitting felt worse. My legs didn't really want to carry me, but I made them. The carpet under my bare feet felt colder than it had a minute ago. The peephole on my door is one of those cheap fisheye lenses that makes the hallway look like it belongs to a funhouse. I stepped up to it and pressed my eye close. At first, everything looked normal. The curve of the opposite wall, the exit sign at the end of the corridor glowing green, the scar on the paint where someone once scraped a sofa. But where there should have been the rectangular outline of my doormat and the empty space in front of my own door, there was just darkness. Not the darkness of an empty hall with the light a little dimmer. It was a sort of unfocused shadow right up against the glass, so close that the fisheye lens couldn't resolve it into anything sharp. The way your camera can't focus when you put your hand too near the lens, it just turns into a smear of color and motion. I shifted slightly left, then right, trying to catch an angle around it. The shadow moved with me. Too close. Too close for the peephole to do its job. It made me think of the 10th story first, of her crawling back from the edge of the nylon while someone leaned right over the fabric, their breath flattening it inches from her face. Then of Noah's window, of those 2 circles of footprints directly under the parts of the glass he couldn't see. Then of Bella and the clearing, how she finally had to turn and face what had been moving at the edge of her awareness the whole time. All 3 of them had started the same way. A half-noticed sound, a feeling they pushed away. A first small moment when they could have listened to the wrongness and decided to move. All 3 of them told themselves at least once that it was nothing. I stepped back from the door, slowly, pulse rattling in my ears. The smear in the peephole stayed what it was, a patch of too near dark. I went back to my desk instead. The chair squeaked as I collapsed into it. My hand found the mouse on autopilot. I reopened the recording software, clicked on the track for the intro I'd just done. The waveform sprang up like a heartbeat. I scrolled to the part where I'd started addressing the listener directly. I hit play. "If you're listening to this right now," my own voice said in my headphones, low and calm and a little too intimate in the empty room, "you're probably alone." I looked around, half expecting the words to summon something out of the corners, but the apartment stayed as it was cramped, dim, too quiet. "You're probably in bed," my recorded self went on. "Or on your couch. Maybe in your car parked somewhere dark with the engine off. I pictured you, whoever you are. Blue light on your face from your phone. Headphones in. Room door shut. Maybe a hallway outside like mine. Maybe a campsite. Maybe the inside of a parked sedan under a streetlight that flickers just like the one outside my building. Maybe you can hear your own version of these sounds I'd said into the mic an hour ago. The fridge cycling, the AC kicking on and off, your upstairs neighbor walking around. You've already decided which noises in your life are nothing. As if on cue, my phone buzzed on the desk. The sound was so sharp in the quiet that I actually flinched. The mouse skittered in my hand. The playback paused. For a second, I just stared at the notification banner at the top of the screen, my brain slow to label it. Front door. Motion detected. The little icon was from my cheap doorbell cam, the one I installed mostly so I'd know when packages arrived, and occasionally so I could roast porch pirates in my community tab. At 2:30-something in the morning, when something had just been standing too close to my peephole to see it landed differently, my thumb hovered over the screen for a heartbeat longer than it needed to. Then I tapped. The app opened to a familiar view of my hallway, drab carpet, off-white walls, exit sign, throwing its weird green glow down the corridor. At first glance, it was completely empty. No shadowy figures, no stranger in a hoodie. The timestamp in the corner matched the current time to the minute. I almost closed the app. Right there, almost filed it under. Someone walked past, sensor was slow the way I always do. Then I remembered something from Bella's story, how her parents had heard the bell not through their walls, but through the phone line. I dragged the playback slider back a few seconds and hit the little speaker icon to turn the audio up. For a couple of seconds, there was just the low hum of the building, the elevator machinery far away, faint plumbing noises, the kind of static hiss you only hear when you're listening for it. Then very clearly, right next to the mic step, step, step. 3 slow footfalls right in front of my door. On the video, there was nothing. The frame stayed empty. The motion indicator in the corner flicked on only after the 3rd step, a tiny red dot blooming as if whatever had taken them had already moved out of its field of view. I watched the clip 3 times. The sound did not go away. The hallway stayed empty. I set the phone face down on the desk and didn't get up to check the door. Not that night. Instead, I opened a new track and armed it, listening to the soft electrical buzz in my headphones, to the microscopic sounds of my own apartment settling. I thought about the 3 stories I'd just recorded, and the way every single one of them had started with someone shrugging off the thing that scared them. I hit record one more time. The people who sent me these stories, I said quietly, staring at the flat line, waiting for my voice, all made the same mistake at first. They told themselves it was nothing. Just the wind. Just the neighbor. Just an animal. I let that sit for a breath. Somewhere outside, a car passed tires hissing on asphalt. Above me, the heater ticked as the metal cooled. So before you hit play on the next video, I went on, just do me one favor. I imagined you lying in your bed with the lights off, or sitting in a dark car with the engine quiet, or curling up on a couch in a living room where a big window has turned into a black mirror. I imagined the sounds you've learned to ignore: the fridge, the AC, the pipes, the footsteps you've already named in your head, so you don't have to think about them. Listen, I said. Really listen. To whatever is on the other side of your walls or your tent or your car window right now. I leaned into the mic for the last line, lowering my voice just enough that you'd have to strain a bit, to hear it just enough that the silence behind it might feel bigger in comparison. Because if it's ever not nothing, I thought of a hand pinching bare skin through an open zipper, of someone standing exactly where you can't see them under your own window, of a bell that matches its steps to yours until you can't tell whose rhythm you're keeping. I hope you realize it before something reaches in and pinches you. A beat. Just enough space for you to suddenly become aware of your own feet, your own ankles, your own exposed skin. Just to see if you're awake. When you strip away the jump scares and the eerie details. This whole collection of stories is really about one thing, the fragile border between inside and outside that makes us feel safe. A nylon tent, a living room window, the thin line of trees around a hidden trail, even the apartment door of a YouTube narrator. None of those are real protection. They're symbols. They're the stories we tell ourselves. I zip the tent, I lock the door, I know this forest, I live in a quiet building. Nothing bad happens here. What makes these stories so unsettling is that nothing big happens at first. It's all the tiny moments we usually dismiss. A foot left outside the zipper because it's a little too warm. A window covered 75% by a sheet because that feels good enough. A familiar forest that's always been empty, so the first strange sound is waved away. Even the narrator at the end has his explanation ready. It's just the elevator, just the hallway, just a late-night notification. And yet each main character remembers, years later, the exact second when something inside them said, "This isn't right." The the camper tenses up before she fully understands the breathing over her tent. The boy on the pine farm feels wrong about the window long before the footprints appear. Bella's body panics before her head can explain why a bell in the woods is different from any other sound she's heard. The narrator at the end knows that 3 recorded footsteps with no one on camera isn't just normal building noise, even if part of him wants to believe that. From a positive, grounded point of view, there's a quiet message here: your instincts matter. Fear in these stories isn't just a spooky effect, it's information. It's the part of you that notices the pattern behind the noise, that senses when a boundary is being tested, even before you can say how. Of course, in real life, we can't live in a constant state of alarm. Doors slam, pipes knock, neighbors walk past our homes. Most of the time, it really is nothing. But these stories invite us to respect the difference between brushing off every feeling and paying attention when something inside you refuses to relax. There's also a strange kind of connection running through all 4 narrators. None of them meet each other, but their experiences rhyme: someone outside the tent, someone at the window, someone in the trees, someone at the door. Ordinary people in ordinary places discovering that normal can tilt into wrong in a heartbeat. It's a reminder that we're not the only ones who felt that cold prickle at the back of the neck. You're not weak or irrational for feeling it. You're human. Maybe the deepest question this story asks isn't what was out there, but what do you do the next time you feel that way? Do you double-check the door, call someone, trust your gut enough to move, leave, or speak up? So I'll leave you with this. Have you ever had a night or a moment that you kept telling yourself was nothing, but you still remember every sound? And if you're comfortable sharing, what did you do, and what do you wish you had done?